morning, everybody, and welcome back for day number 2 of the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. This is Aaron Smith and Matt Cannizzaro joining you again for the second day of competition. We're going to have 5 traditional games to add on to the games from yesterday. We had 20 Baker games total, made up of 5 4-game matches. And we're going to get a look at Norfolk State and Sam Houston, the tournament leader after day 1, on lanes 9 and 10, and on 11 and 12, Vanderbilt and our host team for this event, Prairie View A&M. So teams have about a minute left in practice, and then they will get into their traditional games and be set to go. So thanks again, everybody, for tuning in bright and early here Saturday morning. We'll be ready for some NCAA collegiate bowling in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Competition getting underway. You heard the teams get their last chance in there. Very common with the collegiate bowling scene. There's Sam Houston State right now. It's all about that last moment before competition begins, and just get yourself psyched. Teams have been practicing, they know what's out there, they're ready to go. Once again, different format today from yesterday. We'll have 5 traditional games instead of the Baker format, which we had yesterday. Total pins from both days carries over to determine seeding for tomorrow's best of 7 Baker match play. But teams are also working on their wins and losses for the overall year. Our tournament leader, Sam Houston State, was the only school to go 5-0 yesterday. Nebraska and Arkansas State, who are in 2nd and 3rd, went 4-1.
Smith.
I'm Matt Canzaro.
Here we are at the ITRC Day 2 of competition at the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational. NCAA action all day long. Today we slowed the pace a little bit here with 5 traditional team games. Slower pace with all the excitement. 12 teams packed inside this fantastic facility. The bleachers are full. The weather is just right for bowling. And right now we are in game 1. And yesterday's first day of competition featured 5 4-game Baker matches. NCAA action a little bit different than some of us are more familiar with in college bowling. The format this weekend is pretty simple, actually. They bowled their 5 matches yesterday, as Aaron probably explained in great detail a little bit earlier, but for those of you just joining us, the quick recap. So the 5 Baker matches, and each win-loss goes to the season record for each of the teams. And then the total pinfall actually carries over for this event, and that will be added to today's traditional team game pinfall, and that will seed our teams into tomorrow's match play bracket. So we'll have best of 7 match play tomorrow, Baker games, and by the end of the day we'll have a champion here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. And of course, in talking to some of the coaches yesterday, every single individual match win very important for their season records as they collect their statistics and points and such and try to make their way to the NCAA National Championships. And their season winding down quickly, and so every little bit helps, as traditionally 8 teams will make it with a chance to claim that national championship. In Nebraska, actually, the defending national champions, and they are here this weekend, so we'll get a look at them, as well as some serious contenders in our tournament leader, Sam Houston State, Vanderbilt, Arkansas State, top-ranked school in the country, and more. So stay tuned. Thank you for joining us today. Once again, Matt Canizaro and Aaron Smith, all day and all night here at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. How'd I do?
That wasn't bad.
All right.
Not too shabby for 9:51 in the morning here, Central Standard Time, of course, in Arlington, Texas.
If you're curious about who's going to be on our TV pairs today, just scroll down to the bottom of your screen there, just under the video. And in the About section, we've added all of today's matches. And we're behind lanes 9 through 12. Feel free to toss some questions at us in the chat room. We'll do our best to provide those answers for you. These 12 teams are bowling on a 44-foot sport bowling compliant lane condition here. They call it the NCAA number 5. Perhaps not as clever as some of the oil pattern names we've heard, but you get the idea. So 44 feet, 2-to-1 ratio, 20 milliliters. And we saw, as Aaron pointed out later in the day yesterday, 44 feet tends to dictate moving in a little bit. The longer the pattern, generally the further inside you want to play. A lot of people will talk about the rule of 31. And that just means that from the length of the oil pattern, you want to subtract 31. And that's about where you want the ball to be. Down the lane.
So on a 44-foot pattern, you subtract 31. You want your break point right around 13.
Traditionally in women's bowling, not always, but more often than not, the ladies like to play a little bit straighter. And you'll see, at the women's championships and some of the top women's events, they're all going to migrate right and just try to play as direct as possible. And these collegiate players are very versatile and very strong in their games. And we did see some migration to the left. We saw some really good scores, and we saw some not so good scores, but that's the challenge of the 2-to-1 ratio. You want to make good shots, and spare shooting critical on these types of conditions. And if you can keep the ball around the pocket and make your spares, you're going to be in very good shape. Sam Houston State led yesterday with 39-61 for 20 Baker games. That is a 198 and change average. So below par, just under 200 there. That's where you want to be. But the leaders nonetheless at 5-0 on the day. Nebraska 10 pins behind, 4-1. Arkansas State not far behind, also 4-1.
And we see a little bit of separation from the field. Fourth, Maryland Eastern Shore at 37-88. Arkansas State was at 39-14. So coming to today, a 3-horse race. But we'll see if the cream rises to the top here with this different format. And Matt, you talked about it a little bit yesterday. Thought it really see the top teams come out here and thrive a little bit more in this traditional game format versus the Baker. Might see scores jumping a little bit.
Well, just looking across the house, I mean, some of the programs are traditionally strong and have long storied histories, and some brand new, just starting out. And kind of just getting the feel of the whole collegiate bowling, NCAA, getting their equipment, their players all settled in. The up-and-comers, as we say, and even some beginners. So you're going to see, when you have a stacked powerhouse, it's just kind of the way it works. They're going to have 5 stronger players bowling the entire game, whereas in the Baker format, you're only throwing 2 shots per game. You can hold each other up. You can ride the momentum at times. But certainly we commend everybody for being here and working so hard at it. Not just on their bowling, but again, the endurance and the versatility that it takes to succeed, and the energy level that you must maintain for the entire day. It's only 9:56 in the morning, and some of these teams have been here for 2 hours already, getting ready for this. We had 30 or so minutes of practice, and here they are. We heard one of the coaches talking earlier, about how important it is. He likes to get his team up early, get them awake for the day, make sure they eat breakfast. That's the key thing. He said, and he compared it. He said, just like any other sport. And these coaches are hardcore. We talked a little bit yesterday about what it means to be, an NCAA program, and they treat it. It's a sport. They're athletes. So coach wanted them to have a good breakfast, get their energy. He said drinking water is key throughout the day. And you wouldn't think, because maybe the exertion isn't as intense as your baseball, your football, your basketball, but he said very important to drink many bottles of water throughout the day and stay hydrated. And his team is in good physical condition. They were out there, doing their stretches and jumping jacks and doing their things, and treating it like they're going out there with football pads and helmets, and it's the same idea. Now, Aaron, as a finely tuned athlete like yourself, how do you feel about some of those thoughts and just the importance and the intensity level and everything from eating breakfast to what you see out here all day long?
I couldn't agree more with you, Matt, and being able to have a routine set up and something to get used to. Obviously, most of us are not used to bowling in the morning hours, and most leagues tend to be in the evening. So maybe outside of a few competitions a year, most folks don't get the chance to participate bright and early in the AM hours. So it's good that they had this, and obviously being able to get some nutrition early in the day so you're not feeling like you're trying to wake up on the lanes. I've been there before for city and state tournaments, and that's that usually doesn't bode well for the results up on the screen. But yes, just the team unity and a collective effort. All 12 teams were out here early. No one straggling behind trying to just get here as practice was starting. They were very prepared. Coaches already talking game plan. Folks going to the Avalon pads before we started, making sure equipment is right based off of what they saw yesterday. Obviously, you can't change the surface once the day's competition begins, so from what they learned yesterday, they're making changes, trying different stuff in practice, and it's absolutely like any other sport. The conditioning, not only the physical aspects, but the mental aspects as well. You need to be on top of what you're doing every shot, and that's why the teams are crowded up there. Communication purposes, to learn on every shot. Something's happening to the lane on every shot.
Well, certainly a lot more traffic today than we saw yesterday in the 20 big games. They did both 4-game matches, but only 2 shots per player per game, and you know, the transition maybe not very noticeable, but today we're going to see 5 games with 5 players bowling the entire game. So there's going to be moves, there's going to be equipment changes. Certainly they're going to have to keep an eye on, you know, the ball reaction and each other, and that's what team bowling is all about for sure. And then that's where, again, we talked about separation. You know, some of these teams fortunate enough to have the knowledge, the experience, and you know, the versatility in their equipment as well, to be able to combat the lane changes that way, whereas some others have to find some tricks to work with what they have. We are using the Kegel Fire oil. Last year, Kegel came out with 2 new oil options that kind of changed the game a little bit. Fire and ice are the 2 options, and ice we used at the Open Championships. And by design, it's supposed to be more durable, hold up longer on the lane, so you're going to see less movement, less transition, and then you get to kind of stay in the same place longer. And that oil pattern will hold up, you know, as intended, because you tend to see in longer duration formats, you know, just with everybody playing the lanes the right way, breaking them down, it changes so much that, you know, the challenging pattern then becomes, you know, for those folks with all the traffic, becomes less challenging. You almost can create a different kind of shot, which in team bowling, you know, in that environment, it's a, you know, a strategy. In this, when you're moving lanes, maybe a little bit different. The fire oil holds up better than traditional oil, but is not as slick as the ice, so it's going to hook a little bit more in general. The ITRC by nature, patterns play a little bit tighter here. So all of this, I'm sure, taken into consideration by these coaches, and again, they're going to be looking at transition, but they're not going to be seeing as much maybe as they would have seen, you know, on a similar pattern last year with just a traditional Kegel Infinity type oil or whatever they had prior to that they would use. I don't know, did any of that make sense, or is that just babble?
You were thorough in your description, I'll give you that.
Of course, the atmosphere here completely different, the mindset different. The caliber of players different than some of the other events we cover. I mean, we've been anywhere from, you know, the Chris Barnes Thanksgiving Youth Invitational Classic event, where we saw some top local youth bowlers on a challenging condition, and then we'll see the Open Championships and the Women's Championships coming up starting in February with a little different strategy employed out on the lanes. And of course, NCAA. Aaron was out watching the collegiate events out in Las Vegas, so we saw some men's teams and women's teams at the club level. A different animal in itself. And then I'll be heading out to the Hoosier Classic, which is a long-standing event with a tradition for probably the most challenging lane condition around. So we kind of see different strategies and different things depending on the level of the event, and try to bring all those together, I guess, and take bits and pieces of each to try to make sense as we're sitting here talking for 6 hours at a time.
And just like that, Matt, all that talking got us halfway through game number 1. We're moving right along.
Well, we are behind lanes 9 and 10 here at the ITRC. First of 5 team games. And we're watching Norfolk State against Sam Houston, our tournament leader. Vanderbilt, a champion of this event in 2012, I believe. And Prairie A&M, the tournament host, on lane 12. So each of these matches, the win-loss will go towards their season record, and the total pins will add to yesterday's total pins and help these teams get seeded into tomorrow's match play brackets.
And looking at the scoreboard so far, Sam Houston State with a slight advantage over Norfolk through the halfway mark. Vanderbilt has a decent-sized lead over Prairie A&M. We got to finish off yesterday with Sam Houston State, and a very good match between them and Valparaiso. Only 3 pins separated the two teams after 3 games, and in the final game, the strikes started coming. There we go. We got to watch them finish out 247 to 210. Sam Houston jumped ahead of Nebraska just by 10 pins for the tournament lead, and needed that to stay perfect. So now they're 5-0, looking to make it 6-0 here. Folks, just a reminder, I know if you were tuned in yesterday, you probably heard me say it like 4 or 5 times, but for those of you who have the broadband capability, I don't know if that's the word I want to use, but I'm going to go with it for the time being. You can watch today's broadcast in high definition by clicking on the gear in the bottom right corner of the screen and selecting a 720p. That'll give you crystal clear, high definition NCAA collegiate bowling. And of course, we got plenty of information available on what's going on today. If you click on the description below the video, we have all of today's matches, 1 through 5, so you can prepare for, if you're waiting for a particular school to show up today. They might be scheduled already. So be sure to let all your friends, family, put it on the Facebook and in the Twitter sphere. Let them know when your favorite school is getting up to hit the lanes here on Bowl TV. And of course, don't forget to visit us on social media at Twitter. Or if you want to visit us on Twitter, how about that? Twitter.com/USBC, and the Sport of Bowling on Facebook at Facebook.com/USBC. And of course, what you're watching us on now, Bowl TV. Be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel here at youtube.com/BowlTV to get all the latest and greatest. You can check out all the archives of these videos in case you don't catch the live action. There's also plenty of useful information on there, plenty of coaching tips, and just a ton more. So be sure to subscribe and follow all those fun things to stay up to date on all things bowling. And of course, I can't forget my partner in crime, Matt Cannizzaro. Follow him on Facebook at Matt Cannizzaro-USBC to find out all the behind-the-scenes fun stuff that usually goes on at the Open and Women's Championships. That's where we spend a majority of our time, but also offers some behind-the-scenes looks for other events throughout the year. Right now there's a picture of him and I in the live stream booth.
This page is blowing up, Aaron Smith.
Man, that's a rough picture.
We're at 936 people who care what we're doing, so that's awesome.
Those aren't Lucas Wiseman numbers, but you're getting there.
This certainly will help building up the NCAA fan base a little bit. Need to experience a little bit of everything. Again, we did the youth bowling in November, December. Moving on up, collegiate bowling, NCAA. And the real deal, headed out to Reno, USBC Open and Women's Championships. Hopefully we'll see you all there. Bring your friends. We'll be there from February till July. If you were a collegiate bowler recently or back in the day like some of us, and you missed the team aspect, there's no better place to find that.
Certainly so, Matt. A lot of the same principles that go into being a successful collegiate team, whether it's on the NCAA or USBC collegiate level, transfers right over to the Open and Women's Championships. It's all about being able to work together as a team, understand what's going on out on the lanes, and just working together, having fun, communicating. And there's a reason we often see the same teams up at the top every year at those events, because they have a background here in the collegiate aspect. Learn from their coaches, and it's translated well to the next level. And we're seeing some of that here right now as well. Sam Houston State still slightly ahead of Norfolk. Norfolk's anchor bowler trying to keep them in the match right now. She's got 4 strikes in a row. She'll be looking to step up for number 5 in just a moment here. Vanderbilt in control through 6, ahead of Prairie View A&M.
looking around, can't see anything but people. This venue, the ITRC, part of the International Bowling Campus here in Arlington, Texas, USBC, BPAA, Strike 10, you name it. If it's happening in bowling and it's not the PBA, it's happening here. There's so much going on, and looking around, very well decorated. Flags of all the different countries that have come to train here. Of course, a lot of collegiate programs have come here as well. The home of Team USA and Junior Team USA. So many great players walk through these doors, bowl on these lanes. We even have a bowling robot that helps us test bowling balls and pins and different oils and such. But you can't see any of that. This place is jam-packed, full of bowlers and parents, and the bleachers are just overflowing here on this Saturday. And certainly the size of the venue helps that out, but it just goes to show the popularity of this sport and this event.
Yes, sir.
Let's hope that the fire marshal's not a bowling fan.
At least we're not in the way. Norfolk State anchor. They spear us. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Her string of strikes ended in the 6th frame.
It's only going to get crazier tomorrow as we get ready to crown a champion. Best of 7 Baker match play bracket. And I have a ladder and a step stool at the house. That might be our next move.
It seems like the next move. It is. Yeah, it's getting tough to move around out here.
And these parents sometimes get creative. I haven't seen any periscopes yet today, but they do have their 4-foot ladders. And they don't mess around. And one guy very upset that he couldn't take his ladder on the plane, so he had to improvise. And many making the trip from all corners. One of the Sam Houston players here, Becca Pitzer, her mom all the way from North Carolina, standing here nearby.
Not too many bowlers on the practice pair right now. Teams do have the option to warm up players during the match or not in the match. They can bring them in at any time. That player does have to complete the game.
Well, I want to say the number of players is 8, it looks like, for most of the teams that we saw yesterday. I think they had 5 on, and then at most I saw 3 on the practice pair getting ready. Certainly good to have the reserves and the ability to make some changes. You know, go to the bullpen, calling the lefty, perhaps.
Who would do that?
Sometimes. Sometimes that's the move.
It's just nice now that I'm not surrounded by port siders. At the Open last year, you on one side, Matt McNeil on the other, Eric Pearson on the other side.
I'm trying to think of any left-handers I know in the area I can invite out. I did just have a brief text conversation with 2004 PBA Rookie of the Year, Chris Johnson, who's not left-handed, but is married to one of the, I guess, most recognizable collegiate bowlers of our generation, Stephanie Johnson, formerly Stephanie Nation. So she understands what this atmosphere is all about. And Chris was asking where we were and if it was free to come watch. And It is. So if you're in the neighborhood and you'd like to see this in person, certainly come join us. Come see what NCAA women's bowling is all about. Perhaps you know a young lady who could benefit from this opportunity. You can see it firsthand, and it's hard not to like it.
I'm not sure what you'll see, though, to be perfectly honest. You need to bring a step stool if you are coming to the ITTRC today.
Well, if you're a VIP like Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, we could make some room here. Perhaps just give up the headsets and let them take over. They certainly know an awful lot more about bowling than we ever will, but certainly they might be on their way, and anybody else in the neighborhood, come on out. It's like we have a step stool duel happening right next to us.
Yes, I saw some folks, not only players were here early, but he's trying to balance coffee too. This could get dangerous.
I'd say the old on your feet, lose your seat kind of thing. Somebody abandoned their step stool, and now they've lost their place here. It's cutthroat here in the ITRC today.
On the lanes and in the stands.
That's passion. So right now, again, we're watching Norfolk State against Sam Houston State University, the tournament leader coming into today's traditional games. And on our other pair, Vanderbilt and Prairie View A&M. Our new live stream layout does all the work for us. The scoreboards are on the screen. The bowling is on the screen. And we don't have to tell you anything. It's all right there.
Then you miss out on our witty banner.
Well, yeah, thanks to all this technology, we have more time for witty banter. And we don't have to worry about telling what's going on the scoreboard. You can see it for yourself. You can see right now for Vanderbilt, leadoff bowler, working on a string of strikes.
The nice thing about NCAA is they all have numbers.
Yes.
Much like every other NCAA sport.
Sometimes the numbers are correct compared to the roster. And sometimes you can see the numbers in the crowd. And here comes Kim Sorrell Kearney. She looks like she wants to tell us something very important. And she's a Hall of Famer. And I'm going to listen to whatever she says, so please hold. back for a minute.
All right. Hopefully with good news.
Now, in collegiate bowling, as we talked about earlier, in any bowling, lots of strategy involved. You're by yourself, you're with the team. So you're by yourself. I've seen like Brian Voss guys, they lay down on the approach, they look at the traffic on the lane, they look at the track, strategy. Team bowling, breaking the lane down, everybody playing in the same place, trying to create some room to the right, a little miss room, whatever, strategy. Live streaming of bowling, there's strategy involved. So I just had a quick strategy session with Kim, talking about tomorrow's broadcast and the way the bracket is set up, and she's going to explain because, again, NCAA is unique, interesting, creative, confusing, but they have a different type of bracket. And after today's match play, everybody, or team games, everybody will get seeded into the match play. But the way that it works, only certain teams can actually win the tournament, and other teams are, still in the a portion of the bracket because, they still have the win-loss thing for, postseason statistics and such. So that's where it gets confusing, is how it breaks down with the top 4 teams and the next 8 teams. And so she's going to grab the bracket. We're going to talk strategy. What's our best move with lane assignments, and how is it, because with the live stream, we want to be there to see the top 2 teams bowl for the title, obviously. So what's the best way to make that happen with the lane assignments on the bracket compared to where we're set up? So now the discussion is, do we tweak the lane assignments for tomorrow, or do we move the bleachers and the stage and get everything situated to where it works out, where the 4 lanes that we're showing are essentially the top 4 teams bowling for, the title on one pair and third on the other pair. So, long story, but there it is. Strategy involved for us as well behind the scenes. So she's going to come back. We're going to work that out. And then hopefully with her explanation, we'll be able to explain what is going to happen tomorrow. Yesterday, pretty simple. 5 4-game Baker matches. The win-loss goes to their season record. And coaches were telling me there's so many things, so many variances and calculations that go into achieving a postseason bid, where even strength of schedule, the strength of your opponent, who you bowl, comes into play. So obviously making the top 4 here, bowling against the 3 best teams, essentially that's going to help your strength of schedule and help you calculate towards the postseason. Each win very important, but also the total pins carrying over important for seeding. And then today, it's traditional team games, 5 more wins on the line. So certainly leaving here 10-0 would be ideal. And if you're 10-0, chances are you probably performed pretty well overall, and you're going to make the top 4. And then whatever points and calculations are done based on your overall finish. So all very challenging to understand if you're new to this arena. So hopefully Kim, who is a former NCAA coach at Delaware State. Before coming here to be the assistant head coach for Team USA. So she's got insider information about how it all works.
We talked about going 10-0. Only one team has that potential, Sam Houston State, and all of a sudden, Norfolk State, we saw it a few times yesterday, putting some pressure on their opponent, stepping up in the 9th. They got a chance to make up some ground here. 3 opens in the 8th frame for Sam Houston. While Norfolk did have an open of their own, but they also have a double. Their anchor bowler working on a strike.
Solid effort from the anchor bowler for Norfolk for sure.
She was tough yesterday, a few very nice 10 frames, but unfortunately just they're 0-5 for the tournament. Haven't been able to put together a the full set, if you will.
Well, when you talk college bowling traditionally, Norfolk State, maybe not a name that comes to mind, but you can see the progression of that program, and success will come, and more success with each season certainly will attract the attention of other top bowlers, perhaps in the area. And talent brings talent, and before you know it, you're working your way up, and if you go from 0-5 to, you improve your record each time. That's all you can ask for, is a little bit of improvement. And certainly these Norfolk players, they held their own at times yesterday, and they're doing so now. They're certainly keeping themselves in it, and you can only get better from an experience like this. And we said it's cliche, but if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best, kind of thing. And right now, Sam Houston is the best in the building. Leader coming into today, so keeping pace with them certainly has to be a great feeling. And in researching this event, I did a little bit of reading on the Prairie View A&M bowling team website and their recap of last year's event. And although they did not win, they celebrated their personal success at the event. They noted that they held their own with certain top teams. They beat other top teams for the first time, and those little victories, those are what motivate you to keep you going and getting better. And with each one of those, you get a little more confidence. And it's their website, so of course they want to celebrate their own success, not necessarily the overall outcome of the event. That's what we do. So you want to celebrate your players, and others will see that, and then that's how the whole recruiting snowball happens. And coaches were talking yesterday about becoming a threat and then becoming a winner, and it's a stepping stone type situation where you just have to work your way up to it.
Right now, with the help of a few Brooklyn strikes, we're just about dead even here between Sam Houston and Norfolk. Our other match, Vanderbilt, stepping up in the 10th. They're in control. They're going to get the point here.
Well, the young lady standing right in front of me, she's wearing a Norfolk State jacket, and it's like a conference champion jacket. So, 2012. It's the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference. So, it's yes, sir.
Nice shot there by Sam Houston's number 4 bowler, bouncing back off an open.
And again, unless you're familiar with NCAA bowling, Sam Houston certainly isn't one of those powerhouse names that we've talked about in the past. Of course, they are a relatively new program, only a handful of years old, and created out of this NCAA environment, and on the rise for sure. Each year I get to see them bowl. They certainly improve greatly.
Spears stepping up in the 9th for Norfolk. Look fast. 2-4-5, doesn't lose any count though.
Do have a tight match here.
I believe this is Kimmy Davidson, the anchor for Sam Houston State, stepping up in the 9th. She comes in live as well. We do have a list of the rosters here. Team members do have numbers. Some teams have them on their back, others have them on their sleeves. Sleeves are a little tougher to see. They're getting up there to the line, so we'll do our best to let you know who's up there making the shots.
If I'm not mistaken, in my last trip to the Cat Clash, hosted by Sam Houston, Kimmy Davidson stepped up and delivered some pretty significant shots in helping her team win that event.
Takes care of the spare.
In our other match, Vanderbilt with a comfortable lead.
They're going to take the point. They were in 5th with a 3-2 record coming into today, so they're looking to
Vanderbilt, another school that quickly rose to the top of the NCAA collegiate bowling world. Some great players. Team USA member Josie Ernest, Jessica Ernest.
All right, 10th frame action ready to begin here. 15 pins separates them on the scoreboard. Norfolk has one open, but also has a 3-bagger working in their favor. So more or less a push here. It's all about performing in the 10th now, man.
That's the difference between being on the lanes and being in the broadcast booth.
Very nice break for Norfolk. That shot didn't look that high, and then it looked really bad, and then a nice pin across the deck takes out the 4-7, leaving the single pin up there, and got a few pins of count back as well.
Sam Houston, leadoff bowler, will be in the 160s. And Norfolk's leadoff player with a spare here would be about 10 pins behind. It's just the overall total.
She takes care of the spare, no problem. Now the all-important fill ball. Pins at a maximum.
Which camera? I'm supposed to wave to my son. Which one would be up? Would it be this one? Thank you.
Perfect example of what we talked about earlier. There's Arkansas State fan watching in person, her son watching at home. So thank you both for joining us. And a great shot there from Becca Pitzer from Sam Houston. Had a rough 8 frames here. Big double there to keep her team out in front.
Shot left to target. He was only the 6 pin.
Certainly nothing like the college bowling environment. I imagine that's magnified at the NCAA level with just the support that these teams get. I can tell you that back in the day, one of the more intimidating experiences we had was sitting in the airport and watching the Nebraska women's team walk by, all in, matching outfits and their warm-up suits and their bags, and they looked like a team. They walked with that confidence, and I think that probably is one of the coolest feelings.
Norfolk State staring at a washout here. Must be pivotal conversion here. The open in the 10th. .808 to 769. Advantage Sam Houston State.
We don't want to ignore our other match, Vanderbilt and Prairie View A&M, but Vanderbilt with a 100-pin lead heading into the final bowlers here. So that one won handily. Vanderbilt 5th coming in today, 3-2 on the day yesterday. About 200 pins behind Sam Houston. They're going to pick up some sticks potentially here. And a victory to go to 4-2. However, if I was going to guess, I would say Vanderbilt probably not too much to worry about as far as the postseason is concerned, but you never know. We do have the latest rankings somewhere.
Right now, their anchor bowler, Robin Renslow, stepping up. She's working on 4 in a row. Make it 5. She's thinking 240s. We'll also have our all-tournament teams made up after today's action.
Mishka Cardona. Great shot there for Sam Houston. She still got, well, that's 189 for her. Sorry about that. She had a split in the 7th frame, but finished strong.
All right, 830 pin difference stepping up here. So Sam Houston's to lose.
This 44-foot 2-to-1 ratio playing very tough for some of these players. Not a lot of big scores throughout the building. Renslow working on 248 here.
Their leadoff bowler, 231.
So not a lot of 200s looking from here down the way.
Trip 4 for Norfolk. They're not going away just yet.
Sam Houston, a decent spare shooting team. On this pattern, we're seeing a bad shot missing in. Seems to be resulting in a split more than something makeable more often than not. A lot of players leaving head pin combinations as well when they miss to the right. So you certainly have to make really good shots, which is the way it should be. Vanderbilt wins 984 to 857 over Prairie View A&M. If you want to see the rest of the schedule for today, just go underneath your video on our YouTube page, and the About section will tell you the matchups the rest of the way. This is game 1 of 5 at the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational.
Big shot right there by Davidson. That's going to essentially take care of business for Sam Houston State. They're going to move to 6-0. Whether or not they hold on to the top spot is yet to be determined.
Well, they had a 10-pin lead coming in over Nebraska. About 50 pins over Arkansas State. Both of those teams well to our left. But we'll have the standings updated as quickly as possible. And also you can find that in the About section, a link to the results.
Davidson kicks out the 7. She'll be in the 190s. Decent count here.
There are a lot of folks and a lot of bowling balls trying to move through this tight space. Some players carrying 2 or 3 at a time. Water bottles, accessories.
So if you experience any turbulence in your live stream viewing in the next few seconds, people might be clipping the table. 8:42 in the books now for Norfolk State. Davidson throws all three in the 10th to take Sam Houston State to 9:04 for the W. So that's going to conclude match number 1 for today. Don't go anywhere though. We got 4 more matches still left to come. But as the teams get readjusted here, Matt Cannizzaro is going to those scoreboards updated with our latest and greatest teams. We'll be right back. So thanks again everyone for tuning in. Stay tuned for match 2 in just a few moments.
Thank you.
All right, we'll have our second match coming right up. Teams making their way to their next pair of lanes. We'll have the updated standings and much more. Game 2 of 5 coming up in just a minute. Now we'll have a station identification, and we'll be right back with you with Game 2. All right, folks, game 2 underway. We're watching Stephen F. Austin and Texas Southern and Maryland Eastern Shore against Central Missouri. Again, waiting on the updated standings after today's first team game. Pinfall for today will be added to yesterday's 20 Baker game pinfall. And then we'll have everybody seated into tomorrow's Baker match play. Appreciate everybody joining us. Those of you just tuning in, Matt Canizaro and Aaron Smith live at the International Training and Research Center here in Arlington, Texas. 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational. NCAA action at its finest. And we'll be here all weekend. Thanks for joining us. defending champion here, Nebraska. Also the defending national champion. Vanderbilt took home the title in 2012. This is the 3rd annual Prairie View A&M Invitational here at the ITRC. Got a lot of strikes being thrown so far through the first frame. We're bowling on a 44-foot sport bowling compliant lane condition. 20 mils, 2-to-1 ratio. If you missed in, probably gonna go high and leave a split. If you missed to the outside, I've seen a lot of head pin spare leaves as well.
Hey, that was the right time to place Nebraska.
Simple strategy. Make good shots and make your spares. Easier said than done sometimes, but sometimes that's all it takes. Again, we're watching Stephen F. Austin against Texas Southern and Maryland Eastern Shore against Central Missouri. Each individual match counts towards the team's win-loss record for the season, and total pinfall will help their seeding heading into tomorrow's match play bracket. The combination of formats here, from Baker matches to the best of 7 to the traditional games, a true test of versatility. Gives the players a chance to see all of the possible formats they'll see throughout the season.
Okay, Chelsea.
Gives the teams the opportunity to work together, but also the individual talent to shine through. Testing versatility and endurance, some long days at these events. 5-team games, we're talking about close to 7 hours of competition, counting practice and time in between games.
All right, tear it up.
All right, folks, standings are updated in front of us. We'll have them updated on bowl.com as soon as we can. All kinds of numbers being thrown at us on the monitors here, from team standings to win-loss records to individual leaders. So we'll give you a run through as they scroll through until we can get them up on bowl.com. Tournament leader right now, Arkansas State, 49-22, 5-1. Sam Houston drops to second, 48-65, but still 6-0. After Arkansas State and Sam Houston, Nebraska 48-05 at 4-2. Vanderbilt is fourth. Northern Eastern Shore 5th place, Stephen F. Austin rounding out the top 6.
Vanderbilt moved up after a pretty solid first game. They currently hold 2 of the top 4 spots on the individuals side as well. Robin Renslow's 248 leads the way, followed by Ashley Rucker of Arkansas State, 247. Mary Wells of Central Missouri, 232. And Giselle Paz, I guess she was the leadoff bowler for Vanderbilt that game, 231.
And some of you might have noticed the team names didn't match the teams bowling on the right lane. They simply followed the arrows and started where they did, so we got that fixed up for you. So now all is right with the world. Scoreboards are correct. We're 3 frames into game 2 of 5 here at the ITRC today. So it took about an hour and 20 minutes to get to this point. So it should be a nice, long, full day of bowling. Then I think we should leave the live stream cameras rolling. And Aaron and I will bowl for the portion of the evening. How about that?
I'd be in. I don't think anyone's going to stick around for that, though.
You don't think?
I think that number would plummet well below the 211 it's at now. Can you get negative views?
I think if we promoted this thing right, it could be the grudge match of the century. Unless you want to count Sean Rash and Jason Belmonte on ESPN tomorrow.
So you're saying there's no love lost between us?
It's all in good fun, sir. I think this is your year to shine.
After last year, I hope I can go nowhere but up.
And you still have college eligibility.
It's true, 3 years.
You can go back to school and live the dream.
Rodney Dangerfield style.
Well,
I don't know if kids will get that reference or not, though.
you are kind of old. But not the oldest guy sitting here watching NCAA bowling at the ITRC.
Walking through the crowd, seems even more crowded than yesterday, Matt. We are officially working on the weekend. A few more folks came out supporting their schools. It's great to see that support from a lot of parents, obviously, in the crowd. I know you mentioned yesterday, not too far of a trip for many of the schools in this event here over the weekend. Some traveling a little bit further, Maryland Eastern Shore. Valparaiso had a little bit further to go, but a good mix of support here in the crowd today.
We've already had 2 requests from family members wanting to wave to other folks at home. We appreciate everybody being here with us in person and on Bowl TV. Don't forget to subscribe to our Bowl TV or YouTube channel. Be youtube.com/BullTV, and you won't miss any of the updates, and you'll always know what's coming up on Bull TV. You can also check out the live stream schedule on bull.com. Just go to the right side of your screen and scroll down, and you'll see what's coming up in the near future.
It's getting a little bare though. After
Well,
the Hoosier Classic.
The Hoosier Classic, Valentine's weekend, I'll be out there in Indianapolis. And then making the drive to Reno, the USBC Open Championships kickoff show will be on Bull TV February 27th at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. on the West Coast where we'll be. And then it starts getting crazy. We'll have more than 24, almost 30 potential broadcasts from the Open and Women's Championships this year, along with intercollegiate action in Queens. You name it. It's happening in Reno. We'll be there to cover it, so check that out. Bull TV, bull.com. Find us on Twitter and Facebook. If you missed yesterday's broadcast, feel free to go back to Bull TV channel. Find the archives. Get caught up on what happened during yesterday's Baker match play.
Arkansas State opened up the lead to 57 pins as they entered the day in 3rd overall.
Arkansas State, the #1 team in the country right now, on top at this event as well. After 20 Bakers and 1 traditional team game.
Ashley Rucker and Sarah Locker leading that squad. Both have some experience with Junior Team USA. I believe Ashley was on the team in 2013. Sarah recently made her way onto Team USA along with Junior Team USA for 2014. Hard to believe Tour Trials was almost a month ago. to our left from our feature pairs. Looks like Arkansas State is in no mood to give up that lead. A bunch of strikes up there for them. They're just starting the 6th frame. They're taking on Vanderbilt right now. Vanderbilt came off a big game. Feature matches right now. Looks like Stephen F. Austin has the early lead over Texas Southern. Should get close to the halfway point. Got a real barn burner between Central Missouri and Maryland Eastern Shore. A few opens for Central Missouri here in the 5th. Leave them slightly down. After 5 frames.
Oh, good. Come on, kid. Okay, good.
Nice shot there by Junior Team USA member Mary Wells for Central Missouri. She's got 4 out of 5 strikes so far. She opened with 232 in the opener.
Okay, Nicole.
Once again, we are in match number 2 today of 5 traditional games. For those of you interested in the full schedule of today's events, click on the description below. The video here on Bowl TV. Probably have to click show more and it will have the rest of today's lineup. So if you see your favorite school coming on in a little bit, be sure to put it on Facebook, put it on Twitter to let your friends know. Call people if you have to. Get them tuned into Bowl TV to take in the action and cheer on their school.
All right, we're halfway through game number 2. Stephen F. Austin and Texas Southern. Stephen F. Austin with a small lead halfway through. On our other pair, Maryland Eastern Shore leading Central Missouri. Still a long way to go. A lot of players starting to get warmed up over on the practice pair on the other side of the wall there. So we're in game 2 of 5. Some teams looking to start making some changes. Should try to make a run for those top 4 seeds in tomorrow's brackets. Kim never came back to explain all that to us. She must have got sidetracked.
They'll tell you. At least you don't have a ball yet. Get in there. All right, pick it up.
Some big news revealed last week as we head to Reno soon for the 2014 Open and Women's Championships. Track Bowling, the official sponsor of the Showcase Lanes and Bowl TV while we're out there. So appreciate that support. Excited about the opportunity to talk a little track while we're out there in Reno. Also, Columbia 300 signs on as the official sponsor of the 40 frame game, the premier side tournament on the track Showcase Lanes.
Yeah.
The National Bowling Stadium certainly the place to be in the coming months. The Storm Bowlers Journal Championships also going to be held under the NBS roof, and the Open Championships. So if you're a competitive bowler, Reno is where you want to be. If you time it right, let's say the last week of June, for example, you could hit the Open Championships, Bowlers Journal Championships, 40 frame game, Women's Championships, and the USBC Queens or Senior Queens, all with one reasonably priced plane ticket.
Okay, Whitney. Double it up.
That's a lot of bowling, Matt. For one reasonably priced plane ticket. Yeah, Reno certainly is going to be jam-packed with bowling throughout the year. You mentioned earlier the intercollegiate team and singles championships will be there early, or I guess that would be mid-April by then.
No, only on that side.
Along with the Queens, Senior Queens, and USBC Senior Championships
Okay.
for folks who qualify out of their senior state tournament. Arkansas State and Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's leadoff bowler, Giselle Pass, who shot .231 in her first skit match, 7 strikes in a row after a spare in the first.
Come on, CC.
Arkansas State still with the advantage in that match. They are striking quite a bit. Current tournament leader looking to move on here. Get that all-important #1 seed for tomorrow and pick up a few wins while they're at it.
Looks like they're making some changes to the standings up on the monitors in front of us, and then our special requested a PDF version for bowl.com, so we'll have that as soon as we can. 20 Baker games yesterday. The second of 5 team games today. Total pinfall will determine the seeding for tomorrow's best of 7 match play bracket. I feel like we had a lull in the excitement level here, and all of a sudden it's picking back up. Folks getting comfortable with the new pair of lanes and putting some strikes on the board.
Certainly teams run into that. Every new game is on a different pair. That's really where the team dynamic, the teams that are able to figure it out really shine. All starts with that important leadoff bowler. Generally, that's maybe not someone who strikes the most, but one of your more consistent players, and generally someone who's a fantastic spare shooter as well. Always is a nice thing, but just someone to kind of lay out the lay of the land, if you will. How about that?
Well, that person certainly wants to give you your look, whether you're moving from one lane to another, flip-flopping. But also that person, as we know firsthand, one of our close personal friends, the human firework. You want to get your team fired up. You're going to get up there and throw a good shot and bring the intensity. Emil Williams Jr. Brought that to our broadcast team as well as to his Lindenwood team on the way to the national championship back in 2005, I believe was the year.
So thinking about that, if Emil's our live string leadoff bowler, Lucas has to be the anchor. Where do we fit into that lineup, Matt?
Well, I figured I'll just fit into the 2 spot because, you know, that's still get to contribute, but you don't have any of the pressure necessarily, so I'm fine with that. I'll just follow the lead of you superstars and contribute where I can. I'm okay with that. I'll shine in other areas, like picking out where to go for dinner, stuff like that.
It's one of your specialties. That'd be a fun team for nationals one day.
I've been trying to get some of the old PR guys together. I have just enough now. Let's see, how would that go? Fiery Aaron Smith. I have Emil in the 1 spot, as we just talked about. Jason Pinner, from back in Las Vegas, he'd be a good 2 spot. I guess you could be in the 3 hole. And then Dave Ellis, who actually still bowls with us. We're gonna keep this bottom heavy, so he'll be in the 4 spot, and then I'll round it out for once. Maybe I could lead the team. And of course, I'm the most round of the group, so yes, that was pun intended.
Maryland Eastern Shore's been putting up some strikes these past 2 frames. Past 3 frames, actually. They hold a slight lead over Central Missouri right now. Open frame to kick off the 8th frame, not what they needed there. Stephen F. Austin putting some distance between themselves and Texas Southern. After 3 open frames for the Tigers. Arkansas State still up on Vanderbilt by about 100 as they step up the ninth. Vanderbilt working on 4 strikes though, with 2 of them on strings of strikes. Their leadoff bowler, Giselle Paz, still looking to continue her striking ways here. She gets an 8 count. That's her first miss since the first frame.
Battle of the leadoff bowlers, one pair to our left. Of course, you'd expect nothing less than 2 of the top teams in the country, Nebraska and Arkansas State. Is that right, or is that Vanderbilt?
That is Vanderbilt and Arkansas State. Yeah.
Either way, powerhouse teams. Nebraska right next door.
Other than the ones, you know, catching themselves. Yes. Okay, square it up.
Getting to the important part of the game here on 11 and 12. We're in the 8th frame. The foundation being set. Maryland Eastern Shore with the comfortable lead over Central Missouri.
Okay, Whitney.
Central Missouri currently in 7th place, Maryland Eastern Shore in 5th. Both teams 3-3 so far, so very important game here, and both of them looking to move up the standings. Make their way to that top 4.
Okay, Whitney, square it up. Okay, CC.
Big conversion there to kick off the 9th frame for Maryland Eastern Shore. Missouri starting to let this one slip away. Unable to convert the 5-7. That's another open frame.
Okay, to call.
All right, scores now updated on bowl.com through one game today. Arkansas State, as we said, 49-22, 5-1. The top spot is Sam Houston. Second, 6-0 on the weekend though. Nebraska third. Vanderbilt, Maryland Eastern Shore, Stephen F. Austin. Arkansas State throwing a lot of strikes, trying to pull away here. Game 2 coming to a close. We're in the 9th frame, 7th frame on our left-hand pair. Tournament host, Prairie View A&M, rounding out the top 12, 1-5. You can find that underneath your video feed in the About section. There's a link to the current standings. We'll have individual standings at the end of the day as well, I believe, and that will all be posted. Just a recap from the day on bowl.com. So thank you all for joining us. We appreciate it. Matt Ginizar and Aaron Smith live at the ITRC for the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational. NCAA action all day and all weekend long.
For Arkansas State, their leadoff bowler, Stephanie Mims, working on the back 9 strikes, going for number 10 right now, and a 279 game. Leading the way for the Red Wolves. She finishes it off, back 10. Very impressive. Anchor Sarah Locker struggling the 8th and 9th, back-to-back single misses. Arkansas State is poised for a big game here. Potentially distance themselves from the rest of the field. Vanderbilt's leadoff bowler, Giselle Haas, 255 after 231. She's in the 480s after 2 games. In front of us right now, to the rights, Central Missouri and Maryland Eastern Shore, already in the 10th frame. Maryland Eastern Shore in comfortable position to get the win. They're going to need to start adding some pins, though, if they want to catch up to the teams in front of them. Stephen F. Austin currently with a comfortable lead through 8 frames. or halfway through 8 over Texas Southern. And we're in just match number 2. Of 5 today. We still have 3 more matches after this. Next match will have Valparaiso and Maryland Eastern Shore, along with Texas Southern taking on your tournament leader, Arkansas State. So we will be here all day, folks. .227 already in the books for Maryland Eastern Shore, 153, 180 for Central Missouri. Looks like Maryland Eastern Shore is going to get the win here. With Texas Southern and Stephen F. Austin getting ready for the foundation frame. Stephen F. Austin finished the 8th with 3 opens. After a solid 8th frame by Texas Southern. They're looking to jump back into this match.
Some big numbers coming up around us. Arkansas State doing work.
279, 244, 224. The fourth bowler finding some struggles this game, only in the 150s.
Well, somebody's got to be a little man, a little person. But yeah, solid effort, and that's certainly going to help their overall lead. There's not a lot of 200 games anywhere else around us.
Very true, and with 3 strikes in the 10th, they'll be 1,100 plus. Already at 1074. Their anchor, Sarah Locker, junior team and regular Team USA member. Get them there with a double and good count.
3 9 dashes up on the board for them, however, and uncharacteristic, but there's 30 pins right there at least. No excuse for single pins.
Yeah.
means you probably threw a good shot, which is good,
Go now.
but then missed out on that opportunity.
Sorry.
Those certainly do add up over the course of a long format like this. It's amazing how often it comes down to what a mark or two would do when you get to that final round, and
Yeah.
whether you're fighting for seeding or fighting to make a cut.
Get the spare now. There you go. Nice there.
Vanderbilt finishes up with a 948. $10.91 though for Arkansas State, your tournament leader. Maryland Eastern Shore is going to move to 4-3 here. Central Missouri will fall to 3-4 for the week.
We'll have game 3 of 5 coming up next. Pairings for game 3 available on your screen in the About section underneath your video. We have Valpo and University of Maryland Eastern Shore, and then Texas Southern and Arkansas State. So we get to see our leaders, see if they can put up another big number. Certainly rolling here through 2 team games.
Officially in the books for Maryland Eastern Shore.
Not too pretty, but a win.
Mary Wells can still get the 226. Make that 215. They'll be in the 880s. 886 with the conversion. Texas Southern is still hanging around here, and they finish up the 9th frame on lanes 9 and 10. Looking to have a clean foundation frame. And they cap it off with a strike.
Okay, ladies, let's go.
740 to 688 as they get ready for the 10th frame.
Okay, Kiara. 3 balls, let's go.
opening strike in the 10th for Texas Southern. And need a few more of those if they want to sneak this game away here in the final few frames. Nice conversion of the 310. By Kiera Grant. Has some Stephen F. Austin fans chiming in. Thanks for tuning in. As well as everybody here. So we almost hit the hour of noon. Arlington, Texas at the ITRC.
Okay. Good game, Kiera.
Kiera finishes with 224. Or 214, excuse me. Nice break there for Stephen F. Austin.
Let's have another.
Hitting high on the head pin and caving everything in. Let's see if they can take advantage of that and turn it into a double. Texas Southern unable to get the 7 pin to cooperate.
Alright. Yeah! There you go. Okay, one more, Paige.
Capitalize on the high hit by going Brooklyn. A demoralizing double. For their opponent. There's a great shot right there. All 3 in the 10th.
Aaron Smith getting into this game too, on his feet.
It's the only way I can see.
Getting in the college bowling mood. You should go use your 3 years. Do it. Start a bowling team nearby. UT Arlington can be a maverick.
Okay, Melanie, 3 balls.
As long as I don't become a Gator, right? Ruin your legacy at Florida.
You could only be so lucky.
Okay. Bearing up now.
Could be the old man on the team. Like our good friend Matt McNeil over at Wichita State.
Yeah. Make it count now.
Stephen F. Austin finds himself up about 70 right now. The match clearly in their hands here. Just a mark or two would more than likely wrap this up.
ACC.
Pretty quiet in here. Only 4 teams still bowling. Game 3 coming up next.
Quietest it's been around here in a while.
Next
for Stephen F. Austin, 3 strikes in the 10th from the anchor would be 897. Nice conversion of the washout there for Texas Southern. I believe they can only add 50 pins on here. So Stephen F. Austin is going to get the W. Going to move them to 5-2 for the tournament. Currently in 6th place. Texas Southern will fall to 2-5.
Well, this is a good opportunity to talk about our fine facility here at the ITRC, part of the International Bowling Campus, the home of Team USA, Junior Team USA, and the training ground for many international and collegiate teams. If you're looking to be a collegiate bowler, the ITRC is the place to be. Typically in August, the bowling combine gives you the chance to come out and test your skills against 100 of your peers or so. Different activities in the workout room, on the lanes, test your versatility, and kind of give you a ranking, see where you fit in among other bowlers your age. And also college coaches on hand for that event, a chance to see you in person, a recruiting effort. You get to ask all your questions, talk to some of those coaches, and see where you match up in the bowling world of high school bowlers. No doubt some of these players matched up with their coaches and teams at that event, had a chance to come bowl at the ITRC. It's, again, a one-of-a-kind venue, cameras and all kinds of technology to help take a look at your game. So keep an eye on bowl.com for more information about the combine. bowl.com/combine. And even if you're not in high school, you want to come out and bowl at the training center, get some coaching from Team USA coaches Rod Ross, Kim Terrell Kearney, and Brian O'Keefe, you can do that. Just come on in, schedule an appointment, and take advantage of all the technology and things that this venue has to offer. And with that, the movement begins. Game 3 coming right up, teams moving, and we'll get set up with our scoreboards, and 50-50 chance we're gonna get this right this time. So, but we'll go ahead and give it a try anyway.
I am a fan of your odds here. Again, everybody for tuning in. We're getting ready for match number 3 here out of 5, so plenty of bowling left in today's schedule. here at the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational at the ITRC. Valparaiso and Maryland Eastern Shore will be featured on 9 and 10, 11 and 12. Texas Southern and our tournament leader, Arkansas State. Match 4 will feature Sam Houston State taking on Vanderbilt, along with Norfolk State and Nebraska. And we'll round out today's action with Prairie View A&M, our host for this event, taking on Central Missouri, along with Jackson State and Stephen F. Austin. So be sure to let your friends know. Put it on Facebook, Twitter if you're looking to follow one of those particular schools. Be sure to let your fellow classmates know about it, alumni, or just fans of college bowling. If you want to follow USBC on social media, be sure to visit us on Twitter at twitter.com/USBC. The sport of bowling. What's bowling? The sport of bowling is on Facebook as well at facebook.com/USBC. Of course, right now you're watching Bowl TV on youtube.com/Bowl TV. Be sure to subscribe to our channel so you can find out all the latest and greatest when we have the cameras rolling. You'll be the first to know. And of course, you can find all of this and more, along with everything else you need to know about the sport of bowling on bowl.com.
All right, folks, game 3 of the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational here at the ITRC coming right up. Teams are making their moves, and we'll have that for you in just a few minutes, so appreciate your patience. Stay tuned. Game 3 of 5 in just a couple minutes. And here we go, game 3 underway. We are cruising right along here at the ITRC with Valpo and Maryland Eastern Shore getting it done on 9 and 10. Texas Southern and Arkansas State doing work on 11 and 12. So no doubt the quiet we just enjoyed for a few minutes is going to change quickly. Lots of strikes, lots of cheers. That's what it's all about. All right, we're getting settled in for game 3 of 5. We'll have the updated standings as soon as they're available. We'll see them on the screen before you do, and then we'll get them on bowl.com as soon as we can. Today's pinfall from the 5 team games will be added to yesterday's Baker pinfall to figure the seeding for tomorrow's best of 7 match play bracket. Eastern Shore. Clean through 1. Force Bears in a strike, an early lead. Tournament leader Arkansas State, top-ranked team in the country, trying to find its stride here in game 3 to match the magic of game 2, 1091, biggest number we've seen. Big scores. We have 279 in the leadoff spot. Challenging condition here, 44-foot NCAA number 5, 20 mils, a 2-to-1 ratio. Relatively flat across the lane, and mistakes are magnified for sure. Maximum penalty for a bad shot. And that 1091 could have been much more. 3 single pin misses by the Red Wolves that game. Looks like we've got some standings on the monitors in front of us. We're going to scroll through. Arkansas State's Ashley Rucker, 491 through 2. So there's some players putting up some big numbers, leading their teams for sure. The current individual leader started this game with a double. Standings, Arkansas State still number 1. Sam Houston number 2. Nebraska, Vanderbilt, Maryland, Eastern Shore. Rounding out the top 5 with about 100 pin space between 5th and 6th. Texas Southern, I think, will get the award for the best singing voices. They have some fantastic cheers and always entertaining. Bagger for the leadoff bowler for Texas Southern. It was my mistake. That was not the Arkansas State side.
It's okay. We all make mistakes, guy. Texas Southern out to a very strong start here in game number 3.
right, standings updated on Bull.com. Arkansas State 60-13, 60-13 in the lead. Increasing that lead over Sam Houston State, 58-06, so 200 and change. Nebraska third at 57-58, Vanderbilt 56-99. Northern Eastern Shore 56-78. And about 100 pin separation between 5th and 6th. Sam Houston 7-0.
Beat me to it.
Arkansas 6-1. Arkansas State, sorry about that. Nebraska 5-2. Stephen F. Austin down in 6th, also 5-2. But again, wins and losses important for the overall big picture of the season. Total pins is what's going to get you to the title here at the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational, the 3rd annual. If you want to join the ranks of Vanderbilt and Nebraska, you can start by knocking down more pins than anybody else.
That 7-0 is really big for Sam Houston State coming into today's event based off the 2013-14 National 10-Pin Coaches Association December poll. They are currently ranked 10th in the nation. With only the top 8 teams making it to the NCAA championships. I believe that's in early April. Those wins are very big at this juncture of the season.
Brian Harrison in the chat room wants to see a 300. Well, we'll do our best to make that happen. Currently, one opportunity in the works. That's the leadoff bowler for Texas Southern. Otherwise, sir, you're gonna have to wait one more game at least. Leadoff bowler for Texas Southern up on lane 12. Working on 3 in a row, trying to make it 4. She mixes them up and gets it. 300 still alive.
Lanes 11 and 12. Texas Southern currently 11th in the standings. Putting the early pressure on our tournament leader, Arkansas State. Only 2 opens for the Red Wolves so far, but 0 doubles to this point.
This lane condition in perspective a little bit. Now through 2 games, only 9 players are plus. Only 9 players averaging 200 for the first 2 games here on Saturday. And 12 teams, we're looking at 60 players minimum getting credit for the games today.
Yesterday, not a single team averaged over 200 for the day. Sam Houston State, our tournament leader, through just over 198. So this shot has certainly made these ladies come out here and make shots. Yesterday we saw a lot of shots, maybe just a hair left, end up going through the nose and leaving 4 6s and other combinations of that. It's a very common sight yesterday on our live stream.
Well, I think certainly too the extra traffic will help the lanes break down a little bit, blend the pattern perhaps, give you some track area, a little bit of missed room, and potentially for the teams, if they're kind of doing it right, working together and trying to play the lanes a little bit similar, we should see, in theory, the scores get a little bit higher as the day progresses. But we've also seen it work the other way at times as well, where we expect scores to go up and they just get so messy that it in fact works the opposite way.
Well, I think another advantage is just the fact that everyone got to see the pattern and bowl on it yesterday, and teams have a little bit better idea of what they want to do as far as prepping equipment, what surfaces work best here at the ITRC, as well as on this 44-foot pattern.
We saw some Abralon out first thing this morning.
Plenty of Abralon.
Typically, you say 44 feet, people automatically just assume that it's going to play tighter. Of course, the volume always has something to do with it. But especially in this building, the oil and the patterns tend to play tighter anyway. So, you come out and you give it a shot yesterday. You make your adjustments after practice. Maybe they do play a little bit tighter. You want some surface, and then just the characteristics of the building coming in today, you want to make some additional adjustments. And for some of the teams, it looks like that worked out.
Certainly so. Arkansas State. It's in the 1090s last game. Some of the individual scores, you mentioned only 9 folks were plus, but at the top of the standings, we have a few ladies, only 230s and 240s average pace so far through 2 games.
Seeing some more strikes here in game number 3. Texas Southern leadoff bowler front 5. A couple pairs to our left. Another bowler had the front 4, then opened in the 5th. Pair to the left of that, also a front 4. We saw some big strings in game 2. Everybody getting loose and comfortable. But still, of course, bad shots are paying the maximum penalty. A lot of circles up there as well. And more 9 dashes than you'd expect to see from top level collegiate competition.
Arkansas State still looking for their first double. Here's Ashley Rucker. He's the leader after 2 games on the individual side. Unable to find a strike there. Our other feature pair, Valparaiso, out to an early lead against Maryland Eastern Shore. As you mentioned, Matt, quite a few 9 dashes up there for the 2011 and 2012 NCAA champions, UMES, along with a few splits. Not making it easy on themselves here.
Certainly a long way to go, but this game's not going well. And Valpo taking advantage of that. Filling frames for the most part. A few splits up there, but setting the pace here halfway through game 3.
Southern continuing to strike here. Arkansas State still without a double. This is certainly a surprise halfway here through game 3. Arkansas State just coming off a very big game, nearly 1,100. Texas Southern not intimidated here. Looking to bring the record up to 3 and 5. Move up a few spots in the standings as well.
Aaron, the HD quality of these broadcasts lately is pretty cool. Certainly upgraded the equipment. I just actually clicked on it for the first time. Didn't even realize that it wasn't, but if you go to the bottom right side of your video there, you see a little thing that looks like a gear. Just click on that and you can select HD, and I certainly cleared that picture up.
It's a pretty nifty feature. We're always trying new stuff here. Lucas Wiseman is the king of the live stream. He's always finding new ways to make it more efficient and better quality, and makes it easier on us to do as well. So Texas Southern moving over to the 6th.
Texas Southern leadoff bowler, front 6, putting the hurt on Arkansas State here, game number 3.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that is Jasmine Adams. And looking at the team's website, if there's any TSU Tiger fans in the chat room and like to chime in and confirm or deny, by all means, please let us know. The front 6 working. A few other bowlers working on strikes as well.
Past the halfway point here, the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational. Matt Canizaro, Aaron Smith, live all weekend at the ITRC. If you're nearby Arlington, Texas, come check it out in person. Otherwise, thanks for joining us. We'll be here through tomorrow afternoon. Lots of great action. Baker matches coming up tomorrow. Don't miss that. Lead right into the PBA TV show on ESPN. Lead right into the Super Bowl.
Southern University Tigers. Looking for the upset W here. Arkansas State has been unable to put strikes together here. Texas Southern having no such problem. Add one more. 4 out of 5 in the 6th frame. Nearly a 100 pin advantage for Texas Southern as we start up the 7th. String of strikes ends for our leadoff bowler, Jasmine Adams. She's facing the 310. Still one of the best starts I think we've seen so far on our feature pairs today.
Leadoff bowler for Arkansas State is Stephanie Mims. She had the 279 last game, and she's at plus 78, I believe. Ashley Rucker, however, is atop the standings at plus 91 individually. Setting the pace for Arkansas State. So we're up on lane 12 right now. Trying to get some momentum going for the Red Wolves. Texas Southern has that in their favor here in game 3.
Valparaiso's lead on Maryland Eastern Shore is slimmed down a bit. Their 4th and 5th bowlers are working on strikes. Maryland Eastern Shore staring at the ever popular 4-5-7. Unable to convert.
Sam Houston right next door, 7-0 so far on the weekend, but in danger of falling behind here in the third team game. Keep an eye on that. We'll have updated standings for you after each game.
Looks like they're bowling Stephen F. Austin. Two opens by Texas Southern as their leadoff, or their anchor bowler, pulls back on her 7th-frame delivery. She's working out a 3-bagger. Arkansas State got their first double. They certainly can't strike a lot, make up a lot of ground, but we'll see what kind of determination they have here to get back into this game. Texas Southern cleans up the spare. On the scoreboard, they're currently up by 116. They're working on 2 opens, whereas Arkansas State is 3 strikes in the 7th, and their 4th bowler is working on a double. So they can cut into that lead a little bit here. First up, Stephanie Mims. Big forward. See if Texas Southern can take advantage, maintain their lead. A lot of opens in the Maryland Eastern Shore Valpo match right now. Valparaiso still holding a slight lead. They're halfway through the 8th. Break there for Ashley Rucker, tripping out the 6th pin for Arkansas State. She's having no trouble on lane 11. He's yet to strike on lane 12. There's a big double for Maryland Eastern Shore on 9. Stepping up now for Valparaiso, working on 4 in a row, Tori Decker. That run creeps high. 6'10" is left standing. Alvarado capped off a three-bagger there for Maryland Eastern Shore. Just like that, the advantage falls into UMES's court. Arkansas State bounces back after that opening big four in the 8th. 4 strikes in a row, a few doubles. And for Texas Southern, they need a little momentum here to keep it going. Staring at the 1-2-4-8. Able to convert the 4-pin stands. Stephen F. Austin keeping the pressure on Sam Houston State as they're in the 9th frame now. Could be the first loss of the tournament for the Bearcats. That's 3 strikes in a row for SFA over on lanes 7 and 8. Big break there for Texas Southern, their first strike since the 6th frame.
Looks like game 3 went from the ITRC to Upset City. Arkansas State, Sam Houston dangerously close to losing here in the 3rd team game.
Fortunate break there to only leave 10 pin in the corner. Generally where it hangs out. Texas Southern 793, Arkansas State 707 as they get ready for the 9th frame. Each team with an open. Arkansas State has 2 bowlers working on doubles.
She got really quiet in here.
It did, and it felt like I'm yelling all of a sudden. The Valparaiso Maryland Eastern Shore match Also close here as they are right halfway through the 9th frame.
And on lane 9, the Aaron Smith.
It's been a while since I left the 4-5.
4-5 split.
Here's Jasmine Adams looking to get back on the strike train. Forpin stands. Ashley Rucker still looking for her first strike on 12. The light mix 10. Does not fall.
That's how you pick that up. Never a doubt. 4-5 conversion. Valpo still out in front over Maryland Eastern Shore. 3-bagger though, that's going to help quite a bit. Anchor bowler now looking for 4 in a row. Close that gap.
Against Mariana Alvarado.
Another unfortunate break for Valpo, the 6-8 by the left-hander. One of my favorite trick shots. However, not under these circumstances. Open frame from Stephen F. Austin next door. I'm going to let Sam Houston back in this in 10th frame. Here comes the Bearcats.
It's a big 3-bagger there by the leadoff bowler. Basically bringing that match to, they're basically even right now. Actual advantage going to Sam Houston State. They still got a shot to go from their leadoff bowler.
Yep, 9-dash. Stephen F. Austin.
Certainly did not help their case. That one's going to go down to the wire.
Valpo trying to get the lead back. A couple of seesaw matches here, but Texas Southern still in control on 11 and 12.
Arkansas State not going away though. Third and fourth bowlers both working on strings of strikes. Uh-oh.
That's how you get to be #1 in the country.
Opened by Texas Southern.
Looks like we're going to have 3 nail biters.
A team like Arkansas State, when you have them down, you got to keep them there. You got to keep the pressure on. Let up even a little bit. They know how to strike in a hurry, and they're doing it right now. This is a match.
Open at Maryland Eastern Shore. 10th frame leadoff bowler. Sam Houston in position to take the lead back. Maryland Eastern Shore and Valpo knotted up here in the 10th. Could come down to the anchor bowlers.
Certainly looking that way, Matt.
Maryland Eastern Shore with the hot hand at the bottom of the lineup.
Another 2-8 conversion missed by Texas Southern.
Got some Texas Southern fans in the chat room. See if they can hold on here. Game number 3. The lead slipping away. Arkansas State putting some strikes together. Brooklyn shot there for the double. Eastern Shore.
Going on, Matt. I don't know where to look first.
Look at that back-to-back bookings. Eastern Shore strikes out in the 10th for 152.
They move back into the lead with that. And another open for Texas Southern.
3rd consecutive open frame. This one is getting away. Red Wolves waiting patiently for the chance to start the 10th frame. Possibly cap off a huge comeback. Sam Houston 7-0. Battling back. Stephen F. Austin will finish first, most likely. Then the Bearcats have the opportunity to steal the win, potentially.
It's a big double. Sam Houston right there. Stephen F. Austin actually a bowler or 2 ahead. It's going to be up to Sam Houston to take advantage.
Eastern Shore pair opens in the 10th.
Valpo responds with a double. .875 to .824. Right now, Texas Southern advantage, but 3 opens.
Arkansas State working on 2 strings also. It's going to close that gap in a hurry. Chuck's Bear here on 11. Rough game after the 279.
That might do it for Stephen F. Austin right there.
Cole Parkhurst, 4-7-10 in the 10th. And they are donezo, as they say. So Sam Houston battles back 8-0 on the weekend. We'll see them again next game. On our featured pair right now, Valpo and Eastern Shore battling here in the 10th frame.
Stuff 9th in there for Decker. Unable to make it 5 in a row. This match is going to be Maryland Eastern Shores for the taking. Their anchor working on a spare, the Valpo anchor on an open.
It's going to be deadlocks going into the 10th for the final player. On our right, Arkansas State's heavy hitters about to come up.
Southern really needs a rally here. 3 opens last frame. Pretty good shot, the 9-pin stands.
Left-hander with the spare, the 4-pin. Ashley Rucker. She's leading this event individually. She's in the 190s here, game 3.
Strike here by Valpo. They are tied going up to the anchors. The advantage being in the 9th frame. UMES is able to spare. Valpo with the open. Not fun, 3-6-10 from Alvarado.
Did they pick that up to win a national title a couple of years back?
Certainly could have been. 962 to 925. Sam Houston State holds off Stephen F. Austin. Here's the first shot of the 10th for Valpo. The open in the 10th on the 3-6-10 for Maryland Eastern Shore. Gives them 879. Valpo needs this spare. They cover that, it's just a matter of count now. Plain and simple, Valpo gets 7 or more on their fill ball. They'll steal this one away. And barely enough. Valparaiso gets 7, 880 to 879. Arkansas State taking advantage of the opens in the 9th frame. They have brought this match back to even. Texas Southern covers up the spare. But the momentum is in Arkansas State's favor here. Their 4th bowler working on 4 in a row. Texas Southern does have an open. Get back a few pins on count there with the 6.
It's not looking good here for Texas Southern. Arkansas State working on the 4-bagger, gonna make up some serious pins here. Great shot, leaves the 9-pin. But catapult into the lead, the Red Wolves.
Let's see what Texas Southern has left in the bag here. Gonna need some strikes and maybe even a little help. 3-9.
Well, Aaron, they made their spares early. Make your spares and the strikes will come, and that certainly happened for Arkansas State.
Only 4 opens, I believe, for Arkansas State that entire game, but yes, no doubles. Their first double didn't come until the 7th frame, I believe. And then they came in bunches. Third bowler finishing with the last 6 for 237.
Wide right on the fill ball for 190.
There's a 16 pin difference right now. Stepping up in the 10th, Arkansas State could get 40, Texas Southern 50. There's the first one from Loker, catching a break. Texas Southern needs to match. Caves the 4-in.
Sarah trying to lock it up here.
Just needs 4 pins now. Huge double there. What a match there, just a seesaw effort. Texas Southern came flying out of the gates. Found a few rough frames there, and Arkansas State could not find a strike. All of a sudden put them together. Fantastic comeback by Arkansas State there.
You got to get tested every once in a while.
After the big game in match number 2, shooting nearly 1,100. They come back with 10-13. Certainly not a bad game, but
10-13 this weekend seems like a warlock for sure. We've only seen one other 1,000, at least in our view.
10-13, 995. Excitement everywhere.
That
here
is
at
that.
the ITRC.
Game 3 in the books. We'll get these team names updated. And then we'll have a station identification here in just a minute. We'll be back with game 4. All right, so game 3 wrapping up across the house. We'll have game 4 for you in just a minute. We had an exciting game 3. Arkansas with a huge comeback over Texas Southern. Valpo over University of Maryland Eastern Shore. Sam Houston with a comeback against Stephen F. Austin. Teams will make their moves, and we'll be right back with you. Thanks. Hello again, everybody. Game 4 of 5 now underway here at the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational. 12 teams, 5 traditional team games happening today at the International Training and Research Center here in Arlington, Texas. This is Matt Cannizzaro, Aaron Smith with me as well. We'll bring you the action for the rest of today and tomorrow as we try to crown a champion here at the 3rd annual Prairie View A&M Invitational. Game for Vanderbilt and Sam Houston. Sam Houston trying to climb back to the top of the standings. 8-0 so far this weekend. And our other pair, Nebraska and Norfolk State. Norfolk State. Enjoy the NCAA bowling action. We'll be with you the rest of the way. Thanks for tuning in. All right, folks, here we are. Partway through game number 4. The day is flying by. One more game after this, and then we'll know our seeding for tomorrow. So far, these teams have endured 20 Baker games split up into 5 4-game matches. And now today, 5 traditional team games. Total pins will determine the order for tomorrow. They'll all return in the morning for one additional match. It won't count towards the overall pinfall, but it will count towards their season record. And that will be a best of 7, kind of a warm-up for the real deal that will start shortly after. The top 4 will be seeded into one bracket, and the remaining 8 teams will be in another. Only those top 4 teams after today will have an opportunity to win this event. So the opening round of match play tomorrow afternoon. The top 2 teams, the winners there, will advance to the championship match. The losers of that opening game of the top 4 then will bowl for 3rd and 4th place. It's actually 3 small brackets, and 5 through 8 will be in its own bracket. The highest they could finish is 5th, and then 9 through 12 will be in the 3rd sub-bracket. Highest they could finish is 9th. So interesting format here in this NCAA action, and every single win helps count towards their postseason dreams. So we appreciate everybody joining us and our interpretation and understanding of this NCAA action. We should get the hang of it. Seems pretty to the point.
got the latest standings handed to him. But I'll run those down on the screen as they pass Ashley Rucker from Arkansas State, still leading the way individually with 686. Arkansas State still on top of the standings at 7,026. They're 7-1. Sam Houston State 67-68. Despite their 8-0 record, they're still about 250 to 300 pin range. Arkansas State, Sam Houston, Nebraska, Vanderbilt, and Maryland Eastern Shore are your current top 5. Individual standings. Rucker from Arkansas State leads with 686. Robin Renslow from Vanderbilt, 673. Mary Wells, Central Missouri, 653. Stephanie Mims, Arkansas State, 638. And there was another Arkansas State player in 5th. I did not catch the name before it switched over, though. So next time that scrolls around, we'll let you know who that is. Arkansas State up right around 250 on the rest of the field. Amanda Laboisieri. Oh, wow. I hope that's close, Amanda. If not, I apologize. 635, currently in 5th after 3 games.
We all can't be Smith.
Well, factual. Well, most of us are, though.
A lot of bowlers on the move. Looks like some of them are getting called in for the bullpen. Hustling from their practice pair. There's always a thought in the back of my head, a little bit of nervousness about possibly getting pulled from the lineup. Never want to throw enough bad shots that you sent to the bench. Can't say it never happened, though.
Well, sometimes that happens, Matt. You don't, it's not your day. You get pulled halfway through a game, and you end up last place in the tournament.
Well,
oh, wait, that was me.
I do remember vividly wishing I could get pulled, and our sub left his equipment at the hotel, and I had to suffer through the worst performance of my bowling career, I think. Just a word of advice out there, if you're going to go to a bowling tournament, Try to make sure you have your bowling balls with you.
First and foremost.
Yeah, it's already February. Tomorrow's Groundhog Day. Super Bowl Sunday. The crowning of the champion at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. One day closer to the start of the 2014 USBC Open Championships.
So far in our featured matches, Nebraska clean through 3. The early advantage against Norfolk State. Vanderbilt's put some strikes up here against Sam Houston State, our second place team currently. The only undefeated team so far here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational in 2014.
This is going to be a tough match for sure for Sam Houston to stay undefeated. A lot of strikes on the board. Vanderbilt, a very tough opponent. Right now, Vanderbilt sitting in 4th place, about 100 ahead of 5th. The top 4 are the only ones who still have a chance when this day is complete to win this tournament. Vanderbilt won it in 2012. Sam Houston, an up-and-coming team for sure. It's a very important match here. Both teams well into the top 4, but hoping to stay there. Arkansas State, despite the slow start in Game 3, pulled out a big finish, a big win, and very comfortable at the top of the standings here with 2 games to go.
They do have a solid cushion on the rest of the field, by around 250 pins.
Maryland Eastern Shore is 5th, about 119 back.
Ready to step up for Vanderbilt on lane 10. Rebecca Reguero. Looking for strike number 5 here.
Vanderbilt with the early lead here over the undefeated Sam Houston State Bearcats. So Norfolk State just wrapping up the fourth frame on 11 and 12. Nebraska striking early. The goal here, make the top four. We still have a chance to win this event, but more importantly, talking to the coaches yesterday, at this point in the season, #1 goal is to win matches. Appreciate everybody joining us. Team USA member Shannon O'Keefe is in the building as well. Her husband Brian, the manager, and a Team USA assistant coach, and Shannon works in the Bowling Information Center for USBC. She'll be joining us here in just a few minutes to talk women's bowling. We're watching Vanderbilt against undefeated Sam Houston, and then Nebraska and Norfolk State. And as promised, Team USA member Shannon O'Keefe joining us. Hi, Shannon.
Hi, Matt.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. We're having a good time here watching some collegiate bowling. A one-of-a-kind atmosphere. And this venue is jam-packed full of bowlers and fans. Certainly doesn't get any better. This is the place to be in Arlington. Clearly, you have stopped here. You said you were out and about, it sounded like. But what better place to spend part of your afternoon than watching some of the best women bowlers around?
Yeah, this is the perfect place to be. This is definitely the future of our game. It's definitely the future of our sport, so it's good to be here.
Well, you were an athlete back in college. You took a little different path, however. You did not travel the bowling route, but still got to enjoy the team atmosphere a little bit, so you understand what that's all about and how special that can be. And then, of course, later in life, your opportunity to join the Team USA bowling program and share this similar environment and experience with your teammates internationally. Can you talk a little bit about just the whole collegiate and team experience and just how special it is given the type of sport that bowling is?
Yeah, the thing that's unique about our sport is that it seems like 90% of the time it's, you know, a singles atmosphere. And so if you've never had the opportunity to bowl in a team or play sports that have the team atmosphere, coming into something like this is unique, and sometimes it can be scary, and it's a whole different way of learning how to communicate. I was fortunate enough to grow up playing sports my entire life and was always on a team with softball and volleyball. And so that really helped me transition into Team USA, because I didn't do the college route collegiately bowling like they are. Sitting here watching it, I certainly wish I did. I wish I had that opportunity. I wouldn't change anything. I don't know if I'd be where I am today if I did it differently. But I'm a little envious.
Well, it's
Looks
never
pretty
too
awesome.
late.
It's true. It's never
You
too
still
late.
have 4 years of bowling eligibility,
I
right?
do. Could you imagine? That'd be fun, actually.
So we tried to talk Aaron earlier into starting a program over at UTA.
I'd probably go back to school and bowl. Now, did you bowl in college?
I did bowl in college. It wasn't quite what it is now, I guess. I mean, the experience was still there, but learning about it and finding out the powerhouses and keeping track of it, it was a little bit different back in the old days. It already is. It's 20 years ago already.
Isn't that crazy? We're old, man.
But I investigated a couple of options and decided on the University of Florida, and spent 4 really exciting years there. Obviously traveling the country, bowling at events just like this, and we still tell the stories, and you really can't trade that experience for anything. It certainly helped me get where I am now as well.
Right. Yeah, the thing that's really cool is with Team USA, I've been fortunate enough and very blessed to now be in my 10th year on the team. And it's been so great to see all these young kids come through the college ranks and now start to join us on the team. And just to know that on the Team USA level, when we're out there competing against the world, that we have such a strong field to select from and to join our team. And that is always a good thing. There's kind of a legacy there with Team USA, and to be a part of it and to see the talent that's out there that has the opportunity to join is so encouraging.
Well, certainly too, at least this weekend, the format is so intense and kind of grueling almost, and unique in a way that they have the chance to experience different types of team bowling. And once you get to kind of get the hang of it and understand what's happening, even something that you guys don't necessarily get to enjoy, but the Baker format.
Right.
Yesterday started off with 20 Baker games. They were 4-game matches. And then today, traditional team games. This is what you guys will see internationally, of course. And then tomorrow, best of 7 Baker match play.
Yeah, that's awesome. I can't wait to come and watch that. I was here last year and watched it, and it was so fun. And you know, I have kind of my favorites that I watch, and it's really only because I know some of them through Team USA, or I mean, some of these girls that are on some of these college teams, they bowl internationally, and so I see them. And so just because I recognize them and know some of them, it kind of gives you a little extra, I don't know, it makes it a little more exciting because you kind of feel like you're vested a little bit because you know them. So it's always fun.
Certainly. And what about, what would you think about adding some Baker competition to some of the international stuff that you guys do?
I think that could be so awesome. It's so intense anyways that I think Baker would absolutely just add to that. You know, I was actually thinking about that this morning as I was running around thinking, oh, I can't wait to get up there and watch them, and kind of thinking back on, you know, what it would have been like for me to bowl collegiately. And the only thing I could really reference it to is, you know, Team USA. And my absolute favorite thing with Team USA is that team portion of our competitions. Yeah, the doubles, the trios, yeah, that stuff's fun, but there's nothing better than your entire team being together. And for these girls to be able to do that weekend in and weekend out, that is just such an awesome experience.
Well, I think if you ask any Team USA member, you know, when they go to a big event, the focus is always on the team event. Everything else is is important.
Right.
But you're getting lined up, trying some things, you're getting ready, and it's all focused on the end team event.
Yeah.
And certainly, there's nothing like this atmosphere and just the volume of it, the energy, the excitement, and the fact that you can stand up and scream for 7 hours, and it just feels like it goes so fast.
Yeah. Yeah, I played softball growing up, and even though fast-pitch softball, it's just a really, really quick game, it's so fast. We didn't stand around for 7 hours and scream and yell. We had breaks in between our games, and so to see them do this for this long is really cool. It's just such a cool atmosphere. If anybody out there has never had the opportunity to witness it or do it, I encourage you to witness it in person.
It certainly has changed and evolved even since I was out there, of course. NCAA coming on board here. And so much scholarship money available and so many opportunities to go to college. And I think that certainly is a key to the whole thing. We talked a little bit yesterday on the ride home about some of the schools that, they're not the powerhouses, but they have programs. They're giving, bowlers the opportunity to go to college and then at the same time to learn about bowling and improve. And you can see it from year to year at these events. Some of the programs going even from house balls and house shoes a couple of years ago to...
They're getting stronger and stronger. We were just talking about that last night, me and my husband. We were just talking about it last night, and how talking about the teams that were, up in the top 5 or so after the fact, and that it's really cool to see some of them improving. Was it Sam Houston up there? And they're getting better every year. And so being close to them, because I live here in Arlington, and following them a little bit, it's just so cool to see them evolve and really grow, and that is really the unique thing about our sport. I grew up playing softball, like I said, and there wasn't a lot of opportunity for scholarship. I certainly couldn't start earning scholarship when I was, when I started playing at 8 years old, and that's the unique thing about our sport. Traveling as much as I do, I've had a lot of opportunity to talk to people on plane rides and things like that, and they always ask, what do you do? And I tell them, and they're just always so shocked by it, and they always say, oh, my kids love to bowl, and that is such a great opportunity for me to tell them, well, did you know that your children can earn scholarship money? And every single time they're like flabbergasted by that. And so it's just really such a great, unique opportunity for our sport, for families to get their children involved, because they're investing in their future.
Well, and people see it as far as college sports, a scholarship being a single entity is one thing. I'm going to go to college on a baseball scholarship, but in bowling, it can add up $100 at a time.
Exactly. We see some kids with some huge scholarship smart accounts that can't ever spend it all. So it's pretty cool.
Well, and now if you get to the most, the elite level in youth bowling, even the last couple of years, bowlers have taken home $64,000 bowling scholarships.
It's unbelievable.
And then, of course, your top events like Junior Gold and the Youth Open Championships and all those great opportunities just to get better and to see the different patterns and excel and just add up those dollars and over so many years.
Actually really funny. You just kind of brought up a really cool point about seeing the patterns and excelling. Youth bowling today is so much different than when I started. Now, I didn't start bowling until I was 16, but there was no such thing as like a sport pattern when I grew up. They'd toughen them up by putting more oil on the lane, but the shape never really changed. And so the kids of today, it's so funny, the generational gaps of what they want to see and what they expect. And would you say that people our age typically, or a little older, typically want to bowl on like a house shot because they just want to bowl like really big numbers?
Well, I'd say that's what they're used to.
Yeah, and they kind of shy away from the sport patterns in a way. Where these kids today, they would prefer to bowl on the sport patterns. They prefer it because they know that that's what's going to make them better. And they're not afraid to have a little piece of humble pie, and that, to me, is incredible.
We certainly have to keep up with, the trends and what's happening out there. And of course, if you want to be one of the best youth bowlers and go to college, you have to be able to handle those conditions. And for us, it was a little bit different. And we excelled on what we were given.
Right.
And then for us now, it's like learning all over again.
Right.
And these kids, this is what they're used to. So even going to like the Team USA trials and bowling against them, we have to put in a lot of work to catch back up.
Right. Well, and that's kind of what I was getting at as well is, these kids, because they're having all these experiences on sport patterns in college, they come to team trials and there's not or even the U.S. Open or the Queens on the women's side, and there is not as big of a learning curve for them as there is for the ones that don't take that route. And so it's definitely evening out the playing field.
You would say you probably spend a lot of time here in this building, of course,
Yes.
and this is the home of Team USA, and you have the opportunity to come out and practice almost daily, and you get to see any pattern that you want.
Yeah.
And right now, they're bowling on a 44-foot. It's 20 mils and 2-to-1 ratio, so
Yeah.
relatively flat.
Yeah.
And of course, you have to make good shots. We're seeing. You miss inside, you're going to go through the nose and
Yep.
leave a split. You miss out, you're going to miss the
It
head pin
wiggles.
completely.
Yeah.
But if you hear 44 foot, you hear those, details about the
numbers.
pattern. How do you attack that?
Well, I actually had the opportunity to practice on this pattern a few times over the last couple days before these girls got here. And you're right. I mean, the thing that's unique about it is 20 mils is really not that high a volume, but the 44-foot freaks people out.
Exactly.
Those two really go hand in hand. So when you're looking at a pattern, the distance tells you where your break point should be. The volume tells you kind of what piece you should have in your hand, what surface you should have on your ball. And so actually Nebraska's, from the few that I've seen, they have shinier stuff, but they're playing, like 24, 25 to what their break point's like 16 or so. And they're actually not giving up the head pin very much. And that is so key. So it's putting those two hand in hand. I tried attacking this pattern from several different angles. I moved, really far left, kind of like where Nebraska is, and then I tried to play really far right, and then I tried to play in the track. And you could get to the pocket anywhere. You really could. But because it's 2-to-1 and it's so flat, you just have to make good shots. It really doesn't matter where you are.
Well, and that was a good point about the 44 feet.
Yeah.
I think those that are maybe a little less educated about reading lane graphs and numbers, 44 feet, you automatically think, I need to grab something nothing's gonna hook. I need surface.
Yeah, I need
tons of
surface. And you see it all the time. So then what happens is they burn up the front part of the lane, and so the front part, your ball starts hooking at your toe, but it's still 44 feet, so there's still oil pretty far down the lane. And then all of a sudden they go from having, they'll probably have a good reaction the first game or two, but once those fronts go away, then all of a sudden their ball's laboring down lane, or what people hear all the time, puking down lane. And they get handcuffed because of that. And a lot of times on the girl side, a lot of girls aren't comfortable getting really far left. And so to get away from that kind of track area that gets beat up in the front, you got to be able to really get comfortable moving left and maybe balling down to something a little weaker. That way you have a little bit something to bump it off of. But most people don't know that stuff.
Well, people hear about the length, and they hear that the general rules are 44 feet. You want to be around 13, 14 at the break point.
Yes.
It's all just a starting point.
Right.
That's where an event like this, the experience comes into play. The experience of the players, the coaches, the availability of equipment. We saw yesterday in the 20 Baker games. You're only throwing 2 shots a game.
Right.
Today, tons of traffic, 5 games, 40 minutes of practice, whatever it was.
Yeah, I mean, they could get really ugly. I mean, I haven't been here very long, so I haven't seen very, very much. But I could see where they would get really, really ugly just because the amount of players that are out there. Now you brought up the 44 feet, and you want, your kind of break point to be around 13, 14. That's that kind of 31 rule. I don't know how many people know that, but on sport patterns and flatter patterns, the 31 rule is however long the pattern is minus 31, and that gives you kind of a guesstimate of where you want your break point to be. So if we're bowling on a 35-foot pattern, 35 minus 31, you want your break point to be around 4. And that, like Matt said, is a really good starting point. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's exactly where you want to go. I've bowled many times on some of the longer patterns and have been able to play around 5. A lot of it depends on what machine they're using, the characteristics of the center, the surface, so all that comes into play, but at least it's a starting point.
Well, I mean, certainly anytime you have the opportunity to play where you're most comfortable, you want to take advantage of that.
Right.
You know, you don't want to handcuff yourself by the rules on what you're supposed to do or what you're supposed to throw, and that's the thing that some people don't understand. And you know, you think you're bowling on the cheetah, so you automatically have to just get as far outside as you possibly can. If it's, you know, you're not comfortable there, you spend the whole day throwing terrible shots or throwing it through the break point, and just try being comfortable first and then adjust off of that, of course.
I have certainly become victim of that. You know, well, this is where I'm supposed to play, and it just doesn't work. And then I'm like 3 games in, I'm like, okay, well, let me try something else that just in my mind doesn't seem would work. And then all of a sudden I fall into a really great reaction and have lost 3 games to it. So
in an event like this, of course, you're on a different pair every game. There's so many players, so many variables.
And this building, from pair to pair, not even pair to pair, from lane to lane, this building has its really unique characteristics. You know, I can tell you on lanes 1 and 2, if you're playing to the right on 1 and 2, lane 1 is like 4 tighter than lane 2. But if the second you move left, like left of like 13 or 14, all of a sudden lane 1 hooks more than lane 2. So it's just characteristics of the building, and fortunately I've been able to bowl here consistently over the last 4 years that I know that, but
just an unknown fact. I believe they call it a fig jam in the bowling world.
Oh, what?
A fig jam. But I haven't accomplished too much, but I did bowl 300 on 1 and 2 here.
That's a big deal. That's a big deal.
For what that's worth, but
yeah, that's a big deal.
But back to business. So we're talking about so many players, so many variables, even going from game to game, lane to lane. You know, the lane's going to change. So where you're supposed to play, you know, a lot of it later in the day depends on where the players before you played, and, and the lane changes with every shot. But right now we're having the opportunity. You came at the right time. We're looking at 3 of the top teams in the country.
Yeah, it's fun.
Sam Houston led yesterday in the Baker portion, and they're hanging in there for today. Vanderbilt, of course, a powerhouse.
Right.
Came on with the NCAA and have really risen to the top. And then to our right, Nebraska. Decades and decades of tradition.
Yes.
You know, as you know, of course, Mr. O'Keefe spent some time in Lincoln as well.
You know, one thing really quick about Nebraska that are a little near and dear to my heart, not just because my husband went there, but people don't know this, I actually signed a letter of intent to go to Nebraska to bowl for them, and I chose to go out on the Ladies Professional Bowlers Tour instead. And so I kind of claim them as mine.
Fair enough.
So I definitely am very well aware of Nebraska, and that I would say is the one college we have that we keep track of regularly.
Certainly. And now we're kind of watching 4 generations almost of college bowling. Nebraska, the long history, and the transition to NCAA competition.
Right.
A few national titles there. Vanderbilt came on strong and early. Sam Houston, as you mentioned earlier, the up-and-coming team. They get stronger. Of course, their success then brings in more talent.
Right.
And they're winning the smaller events and working their way up. And then you have a Norfolk State where, again, you know, just trying to work their way into the whole thing and get comfortable and learn what it's all about.
Right.
So it's all right here. 2 of the stronger teams, Sam Houston and Vanderbilt, battling to our left here. And Vanderbilt with the lead through 9 frames. So could be an exciting finish over here.
Yes.
And Nebraska handling things pretty handily.
Yep.
To our right, they're only in the 7th frame. Arkansas State, however, one of those programs.
Another one.
Another up and coming. Number 1 in the country this year.
Yeah,
currently leading. So Sam Houston second, and a little separation, of course, in this format. We talked a lot about it. In the Baker format, 2 shots per game. Things are a little bit different, but you put the top players all having the opportunity to bowl a complete game. You're going to see a little separation as the stronger players.
Now, how does this work? Do they take the total pinfall from yesterday and add it to the total pinfall today?
Yes.
They do. So everything's a carryover.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Total pinfall from the 2 days will get you into the bracket, and it's actually 3 separate brackets. And NCAA competition is weird like that. But the top 4 teams after today are the only ones that will have a chance to actually win this event.
Wow.
So they'll have their bracket. The 2 winners will meet for the title.
Uh-huh.
The losers, the contenders, or whatever we call it, will go down and bowl for 3rd and 4th.
Okay.
And then 5 through 8 will have its own bracket. 9 through 12. And then
Now, in NCAA competition, they earn points throughout the entire year based on where they finish in each tournament. Is that correct? Something like that?
we tried to talk to the coaches a little bit yesterday. There's just so much involved, so many calculations. Each match that they're having these 2 days counts towards their overall season record.
Oh, so every win matters.
Correct.
Gotcha.
So right now, Sam Houston is 8-0 coming in.
Wow.
And they're working their way. Of course, 8 teams will make it to the national championships. So they're trying to, earn the points, the credit, whatever you want to call it, to get to that point. But every match is in its own, goes to their season record. And, each Baker match, each game today, and then they'll have one more kind of a warm-up best of 7 tomorrow that will also count towards the record. And the way they explained it also, that who you bowl against also factors in like a strength of schedule
Who
type.
keeps track of all that?
It's the BCS of bowling.
Oh my
I mean,
gosh.
like who you bowl against, certainly it factors in. And,
That's amazing. So then they're ranked, I assume, then going into the nationals, the tournament, something like that.
We
have it all
collecting
down here.
all kinds of paperwork here over the days. But in our announcements yesterday, we announced their rankings, if I can find it. But yeah, it's a lot happening at once. That's what's unique about this. They get the chance to experience the Baker. They get to experience just a little bit of everything, all these crazy formats. And
now, the thing that's really unique about collegiate bowling versus like other sports in college, like when I was in softball, we had practices all throughout the entire year, but they weren't necessarily super mandatory and things like that. But with college bowling, it's like the entire year of school. Like they start at the beginning of the year and they go all the way to the end. I mean, it's quite amazing. It is a long season.
well, and of course, if you're going to be the best at anything, you have to put in the work.
Right.
And they have the opportunity in the NCAA level to, have access to the trainers and things like that we didn't back in the club level.
Right.
So certainly an advantage, and you guys see that with Nick Bohannon and Team USA, and just the role that he plays in getting you guys ready.
Yeah, it's important. It really is, especially as you get older, Matt. You come up with all sorts of injuries.
So whether it's stretching or electronic devices like taped to you guys for
The
muscle
TENS
relaxation.
units. Oh yeah.
Or even something simple as the right energy drink combination to.
Well, and like yesterday, I came down here really quick at the end of the day on my way home, and they were just wrapping up, and there was girls with ice bags on their shoulders, on their elbows, on their knees, and I don't know if they were injured or not, but I can tell you that you didn't see that in our generation growing up. The preventative maintenance wasn't there. I certainly wish it was. We didn't know the proper way to stretch. We just knew what we knew at that time. But now these kids have all this data and all this research at their fingertips, and the collegiate programs and the trainers, like you said, are smart enough to help them make sure that they're protected. And we didn't. I mean, I played softball. NCAA softball at Division I school, and we had the trainers, but it wasn't like it is now. The preventative maintenance wasn't as important as it is now, and I wish it was, because every year that goes by, I feel it more and more.
Well, we talked to Brad Hagan, the Sam Houston coach, this morning. I heard some conversations happening. It was quiet when we were getting ready. They were one of the first teams here, but this is his job. It's his full-time job, and he takes it as seriously as he can. And he talked about, that these are athletes. This is a sport. So his players, they go to bed early, they get up early, and they get ready for the day. They're required to eat breakfast. He makes sure that they have the right amount of water. They're drinking water throughout the day. I mean, you don't think It's
love
bowling. I'm inside. I'm freezing.
Right.
You know, but you're standing here for 7 hours. They're getting dehydrated.
Yeah,
And
they're working.
they go through so many cases, and all of this is required. They treat them like athletes, and some schools have pretty serious workout programs. And
Right.
I know Wichita State being one of them. You know, probably Nebraska as well, and just especially at this level. You know, it's part of the deal.
Yeah.
You are an athlete. You do athletic things. You have to work out. You know, it's not just bowling all the time.
You know, it's really funny. How many times do you talk to somebody, you know, a friend of yours or something that is not a bowler? And they always say, oh, I went bowling with my family. And then the next day they're like, I am so sore. It's like golf. You know, if I haven't swung a club in like 5 or 6 months and then I go and play the next couple days, I am really sore. And there's muscles that I forget I need to use. And it's the same thing with bowling. That's why, you know, for me, I take my workouts seriously. So it's good to see them doing it at this level, and hopefully they continue once they're out of college and move on, because it really is an endurance type sport. You know, you got to do it for a long period of time, and you know, it's not high intensity, but you still have to do it for a long time. So there's still an endurance factor that comes into play, and your muscles need to be conditioned properly.
Well, right now we're pretty far into a long day already. We were in here just after 8 o'clock. Teams were already coming in. It's already 2:30,
Yeah.
and they've been bowling the entire time.
And this is just game 4, right?
This is just game 4.
Wow.
1 more to go, but
2
we're
more.
seeing just 1 more.
Oh, this is their.
This is game 4.
Game
We're
5.
going 5 today.
Oh, I thought they bowled 6.
No.
Okay.
Well, we're not planning for 6, but yeah, it's 5 games today. And you see the scores here on our featured pair, Vanderbilt and Sam Houston, not very high.
Right.
And it could be, of course, the lane condition is very
Yeah.
challenging. It's late in the day, a lot of traffic. I mean, they practiced forever before they started. So the lanes are going to be transitioning a little bit. And then, of course, you know, the fatigue factor
Right.
this late in the day. But high game right now, 193 so far, and the top 3 bowlers are already done.
Right.
And Vanderbilt looking to hand Sam Houston their first loss of the weekend. So Sam Houston likely going to go to 8-1. And according to the current rankings for NCAA bowling, Sam Houston number 10 in the country. So certainly needing every win
Yeah.
to try to climb into the top 8.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Vanderbilt currently 8th, 26-13 on the season as of January 9th. So it's been a while since this is updated, but this is the most recent that we're going off
Now,
of.
do you know, do they bowl in tournaments every weekend? I don't even know their schedule. Like, how often are they bowling in a tournament where there's rankings? You know, like I know UMES bowls a lot of the regular, what do they call that? Just the club collegiate tournaments. Like, they bowl both. I know
Yeah,
that.
there's some schools that bowl both. You know, there's big events like this, and you know, we've been to smaller ones where there's 3 or 4 teams. There's matches. There's different levels, and of course each one with a different value to it. You know, and some like this bringing in the top teams from all over. You know, then they have their conference championships, and there's just so much to it. Lucas last weekend was up in Pennsylvania,
Right.
and there's always something going on, and you know, some of these teams with, you know, 29-10 record here for North Carolina A&T, last on the poll.
Yeah.
So I mean, these are all their matches. Of course, they're going to get, you know, 11 matches in this weekend alone.
It's a lot.
But certainly they put in their work, and it's all about one final goal. And again, it's about, you know, the affordability of it too, and,
Right.
and being able to get to all these places and all these matches. And so certainly, you know, less challenging than we experienced with trying to fundraise and things like that. So, but here we are, the final 2 bowlers, as Vanderbilt is going to hold on to defeat Sam Houston. This is Matt Cannizzaro and Team USA member Shannon O'Keefe, bringing you the end of game number 4 here at the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational. We're at the ITRC, International Training and Research Center, on the International Bowling Campus in Arlington, Texas. A one-of-a-kind facility. Shannon knows it well. And if you don't think that you could be a celebrity in bowling, I don't know if you noticed, but as we're sitting here talking, how many of these young ladies, these future potential Team USA members, and they're chasing their dreams, and they're looking at you, and they're pointing and whispering.
No,
like,
I have no idea.
Shannon O'Keefe over there.
Oh,
like,
that's cute.
Like they look up to you, and you know where women's bowling has gone in the past decade. You know, they're gonna follow in your footsteps at this point.
I hope so. I
And
hope so.
They're pointing and waving, and
Oh, sweet.
so you are the celebrity in the building right now. And no doubt, as soon as you take off that headset, you know, you're going to see some of your Team USA teammates, of course, and future teammates, and
Yeah.
you know, maybe some folks that you've seen getting coaching here, you know, while you're practicing even.
Yep. Yeah. So they're just wrapping up here, and like you said, Vanderbilt's taking this one. Turns out pretty easily. So giving Sam Houston their first loss, which is still okay. That's a pretty good record. 9-1. It's a really good record. But you are getting ready to head back out to Reno. And when do you leave for that?
I will be at the Hoosier Classic Valentine's weekend, and again, a huge collegiate event, very challenging conditions, and then flying back in that Monday, the 17th, and hitting the road. So I'll be in Reno for the Open and Women's Championships, and of course, as we said earlier, if you're a bowler, Reno's the place to be.
It really
is.
is.
In 2014, we'll have the intercollegiate singles and team championships in April, the Open and Women's Championships, the Bowler's Journal Championships, the 40-frame game, the USBC Queens and Senior Queens at the end of June, and the Senior Championships in early July.
Holy smokes.
So, as a top female competitor, if you can manage the time out of work, certainly coming in late June would give you the chance to bowl many great events in one trip, one reasonably priced plane ticket to Reno, and you have all of those opportunities, so much prize money, different formats, and of course the chance to bowl team bowling.
Yeah, I love the Open Championships. It's the one thing that I look forward to the most outside of Team USA events. I get to bowl with my husband and some of his friends. I mean, they're my friends too, but just really great players. And we've had a really great time and have been very successful. And we do as much as we can to take advantage of every opportunity that's there to bowl. We take advantage of the practice lanes. You know, the thing that's really hard when you're bowling tournaments in a team atmosphere is it's not very often you have a team of 5 people that are all from the same place. You know, our team for Open Championships comes from all over the country. So Brian and I get to bowl on the pattern once it's released here in this facility a lot to prepare ourselves. But then when we head out to Reno, we put in at least 1 or 2 team practice sessions on that practice pair, and that has really helped us. You know, we can give them a little insight of what we've seen here. It's always a little different, obviously, but at least it helps. And we've actually talked about, with the Open Championships being in El Paso next year, we've actually talked to our 2 teams and suggested maybe they fly here to the training center here, and we'll put a day or 2 of work in here on the pattern, and then we'll drive or fly to El Paso from there. And you know, there's the Open Championships is really unique. There's that coveted eagle that everybody wants, and we've been really close. You know, we can taste it, you know, 1 or 2 hits away, and we want it.
Well, and as we're seeing here, you know, some of the keys to team bowling obviously are being familiar with each other's games and being able to line up off each other, communicate very well, help each other.
Right.
You know, your leadoff bowler gets up, sets the tone, and you have to get a read off of that person. And being able to work together in the Open Championships type environment where you're on 1 pair of lanes for a team event or whatever, you need to work together to break the lanes down. Everybody playing the same place. You got to have a plan. We talked strategy earlier.
Yep.
College bowling, you know, it's
harder to have a strategy here because you're moving pairs. It's difficult. But when you get to camp out on the same pair, your practice time and the first half of the first game are probably the most important if you're just going to camp out.
Well, and here, when you're not doing that, when you're moving pairs, that's where the communication and the experience comes in. You can see, you you know, right now Nebraska right in front of us, they're talking after every shot. The rest of the team, the ones not bowling at the moment, are standing right there watching the ball reaction because the lane likely has changed since their last frame on this lane.
Right.
So they just got to read. She left, you know, the bucket at the 7. So what did she do? Was it a good shot? And they need to adjust off of that?
First of all, was it a good shot? And that's the other thing too, where team bowling is so important. You got to be honest with yourself. You have to be able to admit, guys, that was just really not a very good shot, or guys, that shot was awesome. You know, that was really good off my hand, or I just twirled it just a little bit, or you know, whatever it is. That first bowler, it's so key that they can be humble with what is ever going on and come back and give the rest of their team good advice. If that shot she threw really good and it just labored down lane like that, well then maybe, you know, in her fill shot she's gonna either change balls to something a little weaker, or maybe she's gonna make a 2-in-1 adjustment left. But what she is going to do is so instrumental with how she's going to communicate with her team, and people don't look at it like that.
Well, she picked up the spare, and they're talking about it. They're talking right now. What happened? What do I need to do? Because they are going to win this match very easily.
Right.
But now at this point, it's about getting more pins, solidifying your spot in the top 4 for seeding.
She didn't change balls, and it looks like she maybe moved just a little bit.
And they're all watching because there's a lot of pins still out there in the 10th frame.
Right.
And everyone's going to help them. You know, they're trying to get, I mean, everybody wants to be the #1 seed.
Of course.
You know, that helps with your confidence, of course, and then that puts you against the lowest seed in your bracket once it's time. So, in theory, an advantage. But they're talking about every shot. They want to finish strong here. The win is in the books. That's, you know, that's one thing to focus on. But now, how are they going to fill up the 10th frame here?
Right.
The 9th frame, for a couple of them, didn't go so well.
Right. So then, you know, then the communication part of that is, you know, did they make not very good shots? Is that lane different than lane 11? Do they need to move? Are they behind the moves? You know, what's going on? So that's the one thing that's really unique with team bowling. And it is way more fun to be successful in a team atmosphere than it is individually. At least for me, it is. You know, if you are bowling, like if I'm bowling the U.S. Open or I'm bowling the Queens and I win, I'm probably the only person in the building that's happy.
Well,
but in a team
you're buying
event,
it around too, so.
Yeah. But in a team event, you get to share that with all of your teammates. You're all happy, and then, you know, any support that you have with you, and so it's just really truly a unique experience.
Well, and we've had the opportunity to share that with you guys over the live stream at the World Championships. The ones that I've been to in this country, they didn't turn out in the team event especially quite how you guys had hoped going in. You know, the excitement's still there, but there's also, you know, a little bit of the letdown. Of course, you want it so bad for your team and for your country, and it's unbelievable to watch it and to watch it in person. And I can't imagine, you know, being a part of that.
Yeah.
Especially after having had the collegiate experience. You know, certainly the Team USA pipe dream for many.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now trying to keep up with all these talented youngsters coming up through the.
Let me tell you, every year that I make the team, it pushes me that much more because our team gets better and better every year. So I'm actually really grateful that these kids put all of the time and work in, because it pushes me to keep working and not get lazy myself. So it's good motivation.
Well, Aaron Smith tells me our tournament leader, Arkansas State, shot 1025 in Game 4. We've seen 3,000 games so far. We just saw Vanderbilt shoot another, so make that 4.
Right.
That is a huge number on this condition. But Arkansas State maintaining its lead, and Nebraska in the hunt as well. I think first place is going to be pretty distant going into the last game. I think they're pretty close, if not already, to locking that up. And Vanderbilt taking down Sam Houston here. Probably if I would have walked in, you can look around and just know the talent level and the experience of some of these teams. You could make a pretty good guess on who the top 4 are going to be. But I mean, for some teams, it's not always about that.
Right.
But certainly, everybody gaining experience, and they're seeing a challenging condition in a grueling format, and it's all conditioning towards the end goal, which is improvement, and for some, the postseason.
Right. What I think is really cool too, and I really like, is seeing how many players, you know, only 5 can bowl, but how many teams bring additional players. You know, I'm a firm believer that you don't have to physically do it to gain experience. You just have to be present and aware, and you're still gaining that experience.
There's an awful lot of Huskers in front of us right now.
Yeah. But I see other teams are the same way, and I just think that's really great that they give them the opportunity.
The 10th frame not going spectacularly for Nebraska.
No.
But they're still talking. And Norfolk State still smiling, getting it done, not having a bad game at all. I mean, they're wearing championship jackets. They're putting in the work as well.
Yep.
Brian O'Keefe stopping by. He's thinking, go Big Red. One of my 3 favorite Team USA coaches.
Oh. It's really funny.
But my 2nd favorite O'Keefe, don't tell him.
That's funny. So have you guys decided who you're live streaming at Open Championships yet, and when? Because that is something that I always look forward to before we go, is who I can watch.
We have so many great candidates, and it looks like April and May and June are just jam-packed full of great bowlers.
Do you have anything before April?
We're looking at March.
Okay, good.
It's a little bit slim pickings there in March. A lot of people like to wait and kind of see how things are going before they head out.
That's one thing that's so great about USBC and your guys' ability to live stream is, I mean, I can't speak for other people, I'm speaking for myself, but man, I learned so much from watching, and being able to have you guys, you and Aaron, do all the live streaming, it has been very helpful. I think for our team, you know, like I said earlier, Brian and I get the opportunity to bowl on the pattern once it's released a lot. I bowl on it almost every day and get to try a lot of different things, but the surface here is different than other places, and so obviously there's going to be little adjustments and stuff that need to take place, and so it's really unique to be able to watch live streaming and watch what people are doing and see how they're successful and how they break down over a 3-game block. And so that again has been very helpful for us, and we have absolutely taken advantage of that over the last 4 years. Well,
what we generally like to do is put together a list of people we want to watch for 4 hours and talk about. That's the key thing. We get a lot of requests, we get a lot of questions. How do you decide? You know, why can't you do us? And why, you know, some people, our goal really is to entertain, I guess, and we want to show good bowlers, but a diverse group of bowlers, so you can see different styles and maybe some Hall of Famers and some Team USA members. So we'll mix it up. But more than anything, we're there to entertain. I know you guys will watch because it helps you get lined up and things. So we try to take that into consideration. We try to show last year's champions. We want to show people that folks are going to watch. Right. And people have different reasons for tuning in. But we'll start with a list of who we'd like to show, and try to mix it up from year to year. We don't want to show the same people every single year, and some people don't necessarily understand that. And we get emails, put us on. You know, this is the reason why. Here's our resumes, our credentials.
Aww.
Like, it's turned into a serious thing.
That's actually really fun.
You know, well, you know, and yeah, it is pretty.
Why don't you open up like a poll, like a voting poll for like a week?
And we've talked about that.
And the top number of vote getters. I mean, I don't know, how many do you do? Like, how many?
Between the two events this year, we're going to be close to 30.
Wow.
So we talked about, you know, here's a group of 4, kind of like a bracket.
Yeah.
And you vote on it, and we'll do the one that you choose. Or here's 2. We have this one day. two great teams on April 25th.
Because I can tell you, there's a few teams that I absolutely want to watch. I think, unfortunately for us, they bowl after us. But, yeah.
Well, we start with the list, and then, our goal is to find out when they're bowling. So another reason to turn in your rosters and get your team signed up. So we need to have a date before we can put you on the list. But we'll put the dates up there, and then we'll sort it in date order, and we'll cross out.
Well, then I'm sure a lot of it has to do with your guys' availability too and your work schedule, because
we're there all day and all night.
Right.
It's just there's conflicts with other USBC events. I know one team was pretty upset with us last year. Their time conflicted with intercollegiate team championships. So
what are you gonna do?
Nothing
that's
we can
a
do.
major event for us.
We can't do both at once. So you have to prioritize, and unfortunately people get left out. And then if there's a day where there's 5 great teams, again, you have to.
Have you ever thought of, I don't know if you have the equipment, but let's say there's a day where there's 2 great teams. Is there a way for you guys to tap into different cameras so you could do a split screen and watch both teams? That'd be fun.
It's all based on
complicated
the cables that we have.
Sure,
I mean, if we ran a 800-foot cable from one camera, yes. If we had wireless capabilities, certainly.
Sure.
But, we try to, if there's something else happening, we try to talk about it. If we can turn a camera, we'll do it. But once we get our list compiled of 40 or 50 that we'd like to do, cross off the conflicts, and narrow it down. Try to spread it out, maybe 1 or 2 a week. And it all just depends on the dates and the timing.
Right. That all makes sense.
And some people
don't get it.
They get upset.
Yeah, that's okay. I think I wouldn't want to be in your shoes when it comes to having to decide all that. That's got to be difficult because people do get upset. They take it personal.
Yeah, you gotta disappoint people, unfortunately.
Yeah. So you know what? Life is full of disappointment. So.
Sometimes we get an opportunity where we'll go kamikaze. We did it last year with Jeff Carter and Chris Johnson.
Right.
Stephanie Nason.
Yeah, that was fun.
We just said, hey, you know what? The people want it. We're gonna set up the gear. John Gaines' team last year, they set the record, the highest team score ever. So next morning, we were out there doing it.
Yep.
Eric Vermelia, they almost got the team lead. They moved into second place, and we felt good about their chances the next day. But they bowled at 7 a.m.
Right.
So it's a matter of being able to get set up, and people actually are they going to tune in that early?
Right.
So we decided against that one, but the possibility was there.
Yeah.
Now our setup has changed to where it's a lot easier to set up. There's not as much to it.
That's good.
Technology's helping us, so the possibility of just a random afternoon, if we decide we have nothing going on, let's go find a team, or there's somebody, they shot something huge, let's do it.
Yeah,
get
that's
out
fun.
there. So there's always that chance. So
yeah, that's fun. That's nice.
But definitely plan on it, and of course now we have the support of Track Bowling.
Yeah.
Track is the official sponsor of the Showcase Lanes and Bowl TV while we're in Reno.
That's awesome.
So it's catching on, I guess. We don't see it from where we are, but the value that people see in being able to watch some of the top teams, and I see it more as entertainment, and some folks see it as the chance to let people at home see how they're doing. And
well, I could see, like, from your point, I mean, if I was out there and I mean, it's got to be like Groundhog Day working an Open Championship or Women's Championship where it's the same thing every day. And so I would probably look forward to the live streaming because it would break it up and help my days move along a little quicker. And it's always probably nice, too, to have a little bit of a known schedule of who's coming into town because you get to see your friends. I know that, like once you leave, I always look forward to going to Reno because I get to see you again. And this year I'll get to see you twice before you come back home because I'm going out a second time for the Women's Championships and the Queens. So I'll be out there twice, but that would be probably something that I would absolutely look forward to if I was in your position.
Well, every day, like you said, is the same, in fact, in the schedule. But what makes it different is the people and what happens. So you never know what's going to happen on any given day. We've seen tons of records and different things shot when we're out there, so that makes each day unique. And then it's every day's a reunion. Somebody's going to come in.
It's so fun.
And it is. That's why we spend so much time there. I mean, we don't have to, and all of a sudden it's 13 hours later.
Yeah.
Like, we're still here because you're either talking or watching bowling or doing something. So,
Do you ever find yourself like, okay, guys, I'm done for the day, but still sticking around because you want to watch somebody?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm all day and all night. I mean,
Yeah.
there's always something, and of course it happens that your really good friends end up bowling on the night squad, and you work
Right.
during the day, so you're there.
Now, do you get tired of watching bowling ever? Or do you always seem to find something out of it that you enjoy?
There's always something or somebody
I agree.
to make it interesting.
I could watch bowling all day, every day.
I mean, sometimes it's hard to watch, but in a venue like that, there's so much to do. You can walk into your pro shops, you can walk outside, you can go to the El Dorado and have a hot dog and a whatever, and and come back. And
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice when everything's at your fingertips for that. And last year when I was in Reno, I got to bowl out at the convention center where the women were. And that was such a beautifully built venue for the women. And so I'm looking forward to being able to go back. And this year, the women's championship went to four-person teams. And so changed it up a little bit. And this year I'm bowling with Kendra Gaines and Tennille Milligan and Linda Barnes. And so we're really looking forward to being able to get out there and bowl together. And
how come you couldn't get anybody good to bowl with? That is a powerhouse team. Let us have those dates. I think, like you said, you're going back for the Queens Week.
Yeah.
So we're planning on camping out at the Women's Championships leading into the Queens.
Yeah, I have them somewhere. I actually probably have them written down right here. I think we're bowling like the Thursday and Friday before it starts.
We'll be at the Women's leading up to it.
Yeah.
Live streaming whatever we can, and then we'll be at the Queens live streaming.
Yeah, and the Queens is back at the stadium, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so that'll be fun. So we get to bowl the Women's Championships out at the Convention Center, and then we get to haul on over to the stadium. And, there's so many people that have a bitter, sour taste in their mouth about Reno, and, we go to Reno so much, and I get that. I get that as far as going out, and it's, a lot of the same thing. I personally, I'm there to bowl. That's, to me, I take that very seriously. And there is just nothing better than the atmosphere of the stadium. If you've never been to the stadium or never had the opportunity to bowl there and you get that opportunity, take it and grab it with both hands, because it is every year that I walk in that building, it is just such an awesome feeling, and I do get a little nervous. And the really cool thing is, with the Open Championships, they take you in the back for the squad room and the announcements and stuff, and then you march out. And if you don't get pumped for that, you don't have a pulse.
Well, at the same time, of course, like you said, you're competitive, and for some, it's also a vacation and a chance to get away and do two things at once. So mixed reviews, of course, but next year we're going to El Paso. We've never been there with the Open Championships in 111 years.
That's amazing.
So
we went there 5 years ago for the women.
2010.
It was it was
first year of the convention center.
It was so nice, and it was such a clean city. A lot of people were nervous because Juarez, Mexico is right there, and it's right there. But the city itself, we left the convention center, we walked across the street, and we found this little authentic Mexican restaurant, and the food was delicious, the service was amazing, the city, the downtown area was so clean. I'm excited to go. I think it's going to be great.
Well, you talked about the Women's Championships and the 4-player teams coming up this year for the first time in history.
Yeah.
But now looking across this venue, right now we're looking at Prairie View A&M, the tournament hosts, Central Missouri, longtime bowling powerhouse, Jackson State, and Stephen F. Austin. And not too long from now, these players are going to graduate from college, and they're gonna be your opponents at the Women's Championships. Are you nervous at all looking at the caliber of some of these players?
Yes. Are you kidding? That's what I said. Like, every day I wake up and my body's feeling how old I am, and I got to work that much harder to keep up with these kids.
Well, you certainly picked the right players to surround yourself with for the best heading into the new format this year. And
yeah, that'll be fun. And I just kind of fell into that team, so I was very lucky because last year when we didn't bowl the women's championship, I just ended up subbing on a team. The year before that, I went with a group of 4 teams, and I actually bowled with some of the younger. I bowled with Brittany Hamilton and Ashley Gallant and Sarah Germano. So I actually bowled with some of the younger kids and kind of introduced them to the women's championship, and we had such a good time. And then last year, the schedule with the Queens not being with the women's championships and all the different travel, it just didn't work out.
So it sounds like what we need to do is get you to go to a collegiate event, maybe pick the biggest one, and we need to recruit these players. Not the NCAA folks, but the rest of college bowling.
Yeah.
That's the next generation. We need them to keep those events thriving.
Wouldn't it be so fun, like in the future, to maybe do some sort of contest or something? Because you can bowl the women's championship team twice. So wouldn't it be really cool if we ran some sort of contest or something where we take the top 3 girls out of college bowling or something and I went and bowled with them? That would be awesome.
Well, we have many opportunities.
We should do that.
We're doing a contest this year, and it just came up the other day for sure. Working with Keith Hamilton at Bowler's Journal and the Hall of Fame and the museum. But Glenn Allison and Jimmy Schroeder are coming out to the Open Championships, and they found it hard lately to find a 5th person to travel.
Yeah.
So they'll bring their 4, pair up for doubles, but they're always looking for that 5th person, subboard. So as a charity type of situation to raise money for the Hall of Fame, they're going to auction off in some capacity the opportunity to be the 5th player on that team.
Wow.
And then you also get to go to the Hall of Fame dinner with them. So you'll get to see John Gaines and Dale Traber and all the inductees for this year.
Yeah, that's incredible. What a cool opportunity.
So, and we did it in the past with Mike Albee. We auctioned him off as a doubles partner and a teammate. So yes, certainly, let's talk about that.
I think that would be a lot of fun. That's the unique thing with the women's championships is you can bowl team twice. And I have certainly done that, where a team had lost somebody at the last minute and they were bowling an opposite squad, then, and I was available, and so I was able to fill in with them, and that would be fun.
Well, if we can work that out, certainly, not just yourself, but some of your other celebrity friends.
Seriously, yeah. Maybe we could make it like a Team USA thing where, we'll get a couple of us Team USA players and maybe get our sponsoring companies involved, for me, DV8 Brunswick, and see if, we could sponsor something. And I mean, that would be, we need to talk about that, Matt. That would be a lot of fun. And I think it would be a really cool way to introduce these girls to the women's championships.
Well, I can't give any specifics, of course, but moving forward, there's a lot of cool things on the horizon for both the Open and Women's Championships.
Nice.
Moving ahead towards 16, and of course, next year, the women's will be back at the National Bowling Stadium, but then to Vegas in the new stadium there.
Yeah.
So
that's going to be amazing.
Certainly looking forward to future years, and we'll definitely talk to the boss about something to that effect.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. All right, well, let's talk about this, and I'm talking about ourselves. All right, so you said we have Prairie View, who is the host team here, and then we have Central Missouri, who has been a powerhouse over the years. And then Jackson State. Now, where's Jackson State from? Do you know? Because I do not.
I'm going to throw out Mississippi.
Oh, okay.
We should know our geography.
I know, I'm sorry, I apologize. Put you on the spot. Is that Missouri? Mississippi. Ah, in Jackson, Mississippi. Gotcha. Cool. All right. So those teams really travel for these. It's not just the local teams, but these teams travel.
Certainly, and when you need to get as much time on the lanes in as you can, and get your record up there and get your points, and you're going to travel to what's close, of course, if you can. But you also need to look at the field, who's going to be at that event.
Again, I just think it's something so cool and unique about our sport is how many opportunities there are to travel and see the country doing what you love to do, and then you can transition that over into Team USA and you can travel the world. And I certainly wouldn't have been all the places I've been without bowling in my life.
Well, and Jackson State, since you brought up their head coach, Michael Boykins, who's very involved in the TNBA, and that competitive organization,
right,
and just understands the value of competitive bowling and training these players and getting them to the next level.
Yeah, that's awesome. I just love to see people dedicated to our sport.
So we are in game 5 of 5, the second day of competition at the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational here at the ITRC, Arlington, Texas. Long day of competition winding down. The total pinfall from yesterday's 20 Baker games plus today's 5 team games will determine the seeding for tomorrow's best of 7 match play competition. And by this time tomorrow, we'll have a winner here at the 3rd annual event. A lot of great players here. We've seen some great scores and some teams making a move here late, trying to get into that top 4 and have a chance at winning this event. We did just get the latest standings from Mr. O'Keefe. Maybe. We'll get those updated on bowl.com here in just a minute. Arkansas State still out front with a considerable lead heading into the final game. The Red Wolves are 8-1 on the weekend. 80-51 is their total. Nebraska moves all the way into second place, 77-20. Vanderbilt with a big win over Sam Houston.
Yeah.
Third at 76-90. Sam Houston 9 pins back at 76-81, and some separation between Sam Houston in 4th and Maryland Eastern Shore in 5th at 75-36.
So that's actually, I mean, we're kind of looking at our top 4 for tomorrow.
It looks like it.
Could be difficult to make up that ground.
Yeah, Eastern Shore still a distant possibility to sneak in with a big game here. Could go around either one or both Sam Houston or Vanderbilt. I think Arkansas State and Nebraska pretty set as far as being top.
Maryland Eastern Shore definitely is within striking distance, but they got to show up this game. They got to have a really big game.
I mean, only 40 pins separate 1st and 4th at this point, or 2nd and 4th.
Yeah.
So we could see some movement there, change of places. But Eastern Shore certainly is going to need to step up. We'll see if we can see where they are bowling this game. They are on 1 and 2. I see Kayla Bandy.
That's helpful.
With her hand up.
Yeah, I see her.
So going to be challenging to see them.
Well, do you have that? What's that app? That X Bowling app? Does that work in this building?
There's ways I think that Rod has set up to see the scoring situation here. Not sure where we're at with all that now, unfortunately. The good news is we have eyes all over the building.
That's right.
So Brian's around, Aaron's somewhere here, giving me the updates. He did earlier on Arkansas State's game. And Emil Williams Jr. checking in via text, just keep the tabs on us. He says, Shannon has a really solid on-air presence.
Oh, well, that's very sweet. Thank you.
So, and coming from a professional broadcaster.
Yeah, that's really sweet.
Notice he didn't throw in there, you know, Matt, you sound all right too, but that's all right.
Well, Matt, we already know that you're really good at this.
My personal motto is a face for radio and a voice for writing press releases, so there you go. I know my role, but thanks for being here anyway.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me. It's been fun.
We are moving along. And I don't see any of our top teams. They must all be down on the far side.
Yeah.
Of course. Eastern Shore is really the one that we want to keep the eye on to see if they're going to make the move.
I mean, they're only in the second or third frame, so we still have probably a good 40, 45 minutes before we really have something to focus on. But so then there's the singles portion, right? So how does that work? Top
Correct.
15.
There's an all-tournament team, and that's determined by today's 5 team games.
Wow, it's kind of a sprint. We know what that's like with international competition.
Yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the Baker play, no true way to really measure that. So that is all based on today's 5 games.
So then it's just top 5. Is that right? For all tournament team, top 5?
We have the instructions to a point. So first place is determined by the bracket. We already knew that.
Yeah.
Team awards given to the champion and runner-up. All tournament team awards presented to the top 5 individual averages. You must bowl all 5 games,
yeah,
start to finish to qualify.
All right, well, that's fun.
There's a high game award.
Well, are there any girls in the top 5 in front of us right here?
Well,
because that could be fun.
The scroller in between the 2 scoreboards that we can see, the folks at home can't see it.
Is that updated?
It is updated through the 9. But there's your individual leaders.
So Mary Wells is in 4th place right now, and she's right here in front of us, Central Missouri.
She's plus 55 after 4. The leader, Robin Renslow, plus 98.
Now those girls have had their presence on Junior Team USA, yes?
Yes, absolutely. So some familiar names, Sarah Loker, also your new teammate.
Yeah, that's going to be so exciting.
Certainly a handful of players in this building right now have worked their way through the ranks in Junior Team USA and Team USA. But I don't know if you noticed, but less than 10 players are averaging 200 for the 4 games today.
Wow, I did not notice.
And again, it's a challenging condition. There's 804 is 9th place right now.
Well, 5th place is only plus 39. Somebody could have a really big last game, and so there's a lot of room for movement there. That's exciting.
Plenty can happen individually, but I can almost guarantee you that at least outwardly, nobody in here is even remotely worried about the all-tournament team.
No chance.
You guys, you understand that with Team USA?
100%. That happened to me just this last summer. Came down to the last team game for Team USA. Now how it works, people probably don't know. We bowl 3 games on one of the patterns, and then the next day you come in, you bowl 3 games on the other pattern. So this year we bowled on a short and a long, or a short and a medium. And we bowled on the medium, and we were not in the best position after the short. I don't remember what place we were in, but not in the best position. In international competition, it's important to lead for 2 reasons. You get to pick what pattern you're going to bowl on, and it kind of gives you the momentum going into the finals. So we were fortunate enough to have a really big second day at the World Championships, and we led. And so we got to pick the pattern, which was huge. Well, in doing so, the last game of team, I bowled, I don't know, some big game, like 250 or 260, I don't even remember, but went from 8th in all events all the way to 1st. And it was just, I had no clue. We were done, I was putting my stuff away, some teams were finishing up, and people started coming over and congratulating me, and I had no idea what they were talking about. Because we were so focused on where our team needed to go. That was just a bonus. And so you're probably absolutely right. They probably have no clue. And I actually hope that that's the case, that they're not paying attention to that.
It's always good to get that recognition and get the award when it's over. But, but certainly right now, it's all about the team and the points and the eventual national championship possibilities.
Yeah, yeah. So, do you know how the national championships work? Like, do you have to be in the top so many in order to even have a shot at it, or does that matter? I know, there's so many ins and outs of it.
Yeah, the coaches yesterday, it's very complicated just getting there. You know, again, 8 teams traditionally.
Oh, that's right, there's only 8.
And if we were allowed to talk to them, which again, part of the NCAA rules, you know, during competition, you know, they're doing their thing.
Yeah.
So it'd be good to one time just get a.
Can we interview them after competition is over today?
Afterwards, it'd be
that
nice
would
if
be
we could
cool.
interview Kim, who was a coach at Delaware State.
Yeah.
You know, we try to get her to come by earlier. She's actually running all around this place, running this thing, or you know, for the ITRC. So, but she certainly could add some pretty significant insight into the whole process.
I'm fascinated, actually. You know, I think deep down, part of me would really like to coach a college program someday. I think that'd be pretty awesome. Some of these girls throw the ball so good, Matt. So good.
They have.
They're getting
great
some
coaching.
great. I was just gonna say that they're getting some great coaching from somebody.
And you know, the opportunity to see all these patterns at so many events.
It's just amazing the amount of good players, because you know I don't see these girls yet. When they're in college, I don't get to see them until they're out of college, because NCAA restricts them from bowling that stuff, and so I don't get to see them. And so this is very eye-opening and very encouraging for women's bowling. Now, if we could just get something for them to strive for as far as a women's tour, that would be ideal. But
A lot of great comments in the chat room today, and I think we're generating some good discussion about different things. And again, you know, there's different rules at this NCAA level compared to, you know, other collegiate events, USBC intercollegiate events. So just want to be clear there. And we will see these players eventually at the Open and Women's Championships and other top events, like you said, the U.S. Open. And you know, they'll get out of college way more experienced, I think, than we were back in that time.
oh yeah,
And we'll see them for sure. You know, a little bit different. The USBC intercollegiate bowlers are able to go bowl those events while they're in college. So
NCAA is so strict on what you can and cannot do. For instance, these EFX bracelets, they have Nebraska ones. And so I thought, oh, it would be so sweet to get some and give them to the Nebraska girls. And we ended up getting a phone call from the university telling us that we can't give them bracelets, and they had to give them back and I think pay for them. And so, you know, here, me being naive and had no clue, totally breaking a rule and could have got them in some major trouble, and had no idea. I was just, you know, thought it'd be cute to give them a Nebraska bracelet. And so the NCAA rules are so strict for these kids. I don't even know if these girls can become an adult member until they're out of NCAA bowling. So it's just a different beast than the collegiate, like the normal club programs.
certainly a different world, but I would imagine tons and tons of benefits and things at their disposal, and of course the great education.
Well, right, and NCAA typically, traditionally has, you know, those colleges just have more scholarship money at their disposal to give the girls, you know. So as much as I would like to bowl in college, if I was at these girls' ages, I would try to strive to bowl at an NCAA school just because of all the different benefits.
Sure.
The clubs, they're recognized by the school, but on different levels. These NCAA programs, you know, they have this same, they're treated the same as, you know, their baseball programs or their basketball programs, and have access to all the same facilities. And That's huge.
The opportunity to call yourself an NCAA champion, of course.
Oh, amazing.
A couple of years back, Maryland Eastern Shore actually won both national championships.
Yeah.
They won NCAA, and they came in and they won. They had enough games in and enough time on the USBC side to win that as well.
Right.
So an awesome opportunity there, and then you have your NAIA and so many different levels and opportunities, and you have to do your homework. You have to research, and you have to know so much and understand the different levels and make the choice that's right for you.
Right.
That's the important thing. Where do you feel the most comfortable? Where do you fit in? Where are you going to get the most benefit, for your 4 years, whether it be as an athlete or
yeah, and the other thing that people don't even think about is the coach that's there. How do you fit with that coach? Is that coach going to be able to take you to where you want to go? Do they understand your dream, and do they know and have a plan set in place in order to get you there? That all of that is really, really important, and it just, there's so many factors that come into play. The really cool thing that the ITRC has done over the last 3 years is the college combine, and to see these kids come in and have accessibility kind of almost one-on-one with the coaches. These coaches could come in and see these kids' abilities, and they're rated, and I think that is definitely a value for not only the kids because they're exposed. At Junior Gold, it's an awesome tournament, but there's 1,800 kids there versus coming here where there's 100 kids. There's a lot. The colleges can see a lot more of you.
certainly.
You may have a lot more opportunity.
And if you're going to be an elite player, again, you have to seek out those events and those opportunities to show off your skills. We didn't have that in high school. We didn't have high school bowling.
Right.
We didn't have Junior Team USA yet.
Wow.
It was still a couple of years away. We didn't have the combine. We, didn't have we barely had the internet to be able to do anything. We could email each other and talk, but if you wanted to get your game out there, and you had to send a VHS tape to the coaches.
That's so funny that you said that.
There was really not many other chances for them to see you compete now.
Yeah.
And you'll see players like the Marcel Kents of the world.
Yeah.
They'll be at all these events, and they'll keep getting better, and they'll get noticed. And now Robert Morris, all of a sudden, has turned into a powerhouse school with great players.
A lot of it too is sometimes I think some of these programs, in a way, don't want to take anything away from the program itself, but how these programs go through, and it's anywhere. You see it in football. With us being huge Nebraska fans, we've seen it in Nebraska football, but in any sport. But with bowling, you see this where you have, as a college coach, you recruit 2 or 3 really good kids in the same class, and all of a sudden those 2 or 3 good kids have friends. And they go and get those friends, and then they have these friends, and all of a sudden you have this much larger pool to recruit from than maybe you did before. So there's got to be a lot of strategy that goes into recruiting.
Well, you essentially just described some of the teams we're watching. The Sam Houstons, Stephen F. Austin. You have to start somewhere.
Yep.
And then with success comes attention.
Yeah,
and then with the attention comes interest, and then all of a sudden, you're getting those big name players, and then you say, well, if Shannon went there, then I'm going to check it out, and then I'm going to go, and then they're going to hang out with you, and then they're going to be there next year.
Well, it's actually really funny you said that. Back when, before I knew my husband Brian, he had some friends that went to RIT in Rochester, and I think it was RIT, and so they wanted to bowl, and so they were bowling in tournaments, and they were really successful in that 1 year bowling tournaments, and all of a sudden Bri had parents coming up to him and saying, my kid is really interested in coming and bowling at your school. He had no clue. He was just coaching his buddies, but you have a little bit of success and people are paying attention, so it really helps kind of build that legacy at that school.
And I pretty much guarantee you that if you walk up and down and ask the coaches, Ron Holmes has been at Central Missouri since I was in college. It's been 20 years now.
Right.
You build a reputation.
Yes.
People then seek you out. If everybody knows that the powerhouses, the Wichita States and Nebraska's, they're usually always really good.
Yep.
but they go through waves as well.
Yes,
Sometimes
they
they
have.
struggle. Last year or whatever year,
2 years
Wichita
ago.
State,
Yeah.
the men didn't make the intercollegiate team
Right.
championships. Like there's ups and downs for sure. And then you have waves where the John Zerbinski days where they're winning 3 national championships in a row.
Right, which is just crazy.
But I mean,
Awesome.
you see that in any sport. You see it in football.
Yeah, you see it in college football a lot.
But as these programs are around longer, some just 4 or 5 years old, they'll start building those reputations. I mean, you can't argue with the tradition as some of them.
Right.
And
Well, and that's the thing too is the ones that have been around for a long time. Look at the history of the players that have come out of those schools. You know, where they've gone after, and that says a lot about the program. You know, like, and a lot of these schools don't have that yet because they just haven't been around long enough. But they will. They'll have that in 20 years from now. We're going to be talking about all these amazing players that went to Stephen F. Austin and Norfolk State, and they're just because there's so many more schools and so many more great players, you're giving them that much more opportunity to build great programs. So 20 years from now, we're going to be talking about Prairie View, just like we're talking about, Central Missouri or Nebraska potentially. So that is just really encouraging for our sport, and I just think is pretty awesome.
well, and then also, bowling being the fastest growing high school sport,
Yeah,
that means more players.
exactly.
And those players need schools to go to, and
Exactly.
teams to be on, and like you said, the younger players are seeing these tough conditions from an earlier age. They're getting better, and they're going to go compete at the next level.
Yep.
And teams are going to even out. They're going to
Yep.
fill up, and
Yep.
you need that expansion to meet the demand.
Which there's going to be more college coaches needed. So if there's anybody out there who's ever thought, hey, maybe I'd want to coach, try to get into the high school program. If there's not a team, try to help build one.
How many former college players? I guarantee you that most or all of these coaches are former college players.
Yeah.
Chris Bardole, another example.
Yeah.
He's been hanging around. He works, with us now.
Yep.
Um,
But he was helping out with Robert Morris. That's where he
right.
went.
And a lot of us, if we're not done with school, we're not ready to leave town just yet, help coach after we're done.
Right.
And with this opportunity, NCAA, even Caleb Bandy, Alicia Current, so many former top collegiate players.
Josie Ernest.
Yeah, Josie's here as well
Yeah.
for Vanderbilt.
And the really cool thing is, we have Rob Gottschall now, who just made Team USA. So he's a teammate now of mine and an incredible player, probably one of the best amateur bowlers there are. And now he's got his opportunity, and he's been helping out with Vanderbilt too. And that is just, it's awesome. It really is so awesome to be a part of it.
And again, at this level, it's a job. I mean, when I coached at Florida for my 2 years, it was just something that we did. It wasn't a full-time thing. I had a real job, or I was finishing school.
Right.
But I wanted to see that program continue and succeed and offer what I could from my 4 years of experience.
Right.
To the up-and-coming players. And again, it's as a coach even, it's where do you fit in? Where are you comfortable? Where do your skills allow you to be? This may entice the players to pursue actual coaching certifications, USBC level 1, level 2, bronze, silver, gold.
Exactly.
Stephen Padilla, last year's gold coach award winner.
Yeah.
He bowled at Florida State when I bowled. So he worked his way. He went to work at Kegel, and now he's in the top level of coaching. And he obviously works with us here, and helps coach. But a perfect candidate
to go find a college somewhere, and would probably be very successul.
And nobody understands what it takes to get through one of these days or a season or 20 people packed in a van than
driving 10 hours.
Than a former collegiate player.
That's very true. We have a motto with Team USA with travel is, and I'm sure it comes into play with these kids, and anytime you're with a group of people traveling, is that you just got to go in and expect the unexpected. Things are going to happen that are out of your control, and it's how you manage your feelings when those things happen that help you through the other side of it. And so we've had some pretty crazy things happen with Team USA, and so if we didn't have that mentality to expect the unexpected, it probably would have really rattled us, but it just is one of those things that happens.
Well, I can tell you that outside of a couple of team wins in college and some all-tournament teams and a really good year personally, some of our best stories have nothing to do with actual bowling,
Exactly.
actual scores, and that's a lot of what the collegiate bowling experience is about too. Is that, yes, I went to college, I bowled. I don't remember most of my scores. I can tell you, I had the front 10 here and there a couple times, but for the most part, it's about the whole experience, door to door.
Yeah.
And being in the van and being wherever, just
those personal experiences, stuff that happens on the lanes. It's just bowling. At the end of the day, it's just bowling. But what you get out of it is so much more than that. I can tell you, I didn't get the opportunity to bowl in college, or I had the opportunity, I just chose a different path. But being able to be part of Team USA for as long as I have, these girls on this team are my lifelong friends. They're almost family. And I'm sure, and I don't know, but you can probably relate that the people you went to college with and you bowled with are probably still some of your best friends to this date.
I do still keep in touch, and certainly advances in technology like Facebook make that a lot easier. Just to, even if you're not talking regularly, you can keep tabs, see what they're doing.
Them. Is that what you do, Matt? You just stalk people?
Yes, you can see what's going on. But I'll post on there at some point. Well, I'm going to Ohio this week for covering this event.
Yeah.
And some of them live there.
Right.
And all of a sudden you're having dinner one night after the tournament's over. And
yeah, it's been 15 years since you've seen them, but yet you pick up where you left off. And it's really cool. It's really cool to be able to see here and watch these girls and just think of the opportunities and the memories that they're making. It's awesome.
Well, some lucky team's going to have the memory of being the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational champion.
That's right.
Because we are here live. This is the 5th team game today. This is Matt Cannizzaro and Shannon O'Keefe live at the ITRC. And we're watching it get down to crunch time. In the next 30 minutes or so, we'll know our seeding for tomorrow's Baker match play.
Can you get an update from Aaron down there with UMES?
We'll certainly use some more technology and send a message.
They're bowling on your favorite pair, Matt, 1 and 2.
Well, as long as we're talking about, again, I also shot one on 9 and 10.
Oh.
So, I haven't accomplished much, but I was the first left-hander to bowl one in this building.
That's saying something.
And the first person to do it twice.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the highlight of my resume, is those 2 games right there. So.
Well, the highlight of my resume in this building is I've made the pocket 710 3 times. So I picked up 710 3 times in this building. The first time, it was really funny. I was bowling down on like 3 and 4, and Kim Trell-Kearney was working with Tennille Milligan, and Stephanie was up here on like 11 and 12, bowling on a different pattern. And the really cool thing that's unique with this facility is we have TiVo hooked up to 3 and 4 and 11 and 12. So I can come out and practice, and it's on like a 3-second delay, so I can throw a shot, and then I can turn it on. I can watch myself and work on, little adjustments based off of what I'm seeing. So, we're just kind of practicing on our own, and I left it, and I made it, and nobody was even paying attention. And I was jumping up and down. Well, not quite, but I was excited. And I was like, guys, I just made the 710. And they're like, no way. And so we got to watch my reaction. We didn't get to watch me make it because the camera wasn't at that angle. But we watched my reaction, and it was really funny. And again, talking about memories, it's like one of those things I'll never forget. We just laughed at my reaction because nobody saw me, and I was all disgruntled because nobody saw it.
If the Team USA member makes the 710 and nobody sees it, did it really happen?
Easy, Matt. I don't lie.
The reaction tells the tale. All right, so our action here. We are past the halfway point of game number 5. 2 very long days of competition. Prairie View, A&M, and Central Missouri. This is a close one. Central Missouri with a small lead.
Well, they had
strikes on the board.
Yeah, they were working on a couple doubles there, and then had a little mishap here.
And then our other pair, Jackson State and Stephen F. Austin.
Very close as well.
Still, a lot of smiles, a lot of excitement, a lot of cheers, high fives. Like, it's late in the day. Some of the teams already know kind of where they're going to fit into the bracket.
Yeah.
But still, this match, important for the big picture of the season.
Yeah, every match matters if it's over the course of an entire season. You know, geez, I would be interested to know how many teams have maybe missed out on the top 8 and opportunity to win a college title by a game, by one win.
Well, one of those things, the near misses that make you try harder. And,
yeah.
You know, that's something that stands out for me in reading different things and articles, and something that Deandra stands by a lot. It's that you always learn more from your losses than you do from your successes.
Way more. Way more. That is so true. And we're in a sport where you're going to lose way more than you're ever going to win.
Well, and that came up specifically when she won the Queens in this building.
Yeah.
In 2012.
Yep.
Just after, you know, a few years back, shooting a terrible, terrible score to lose the title.
Yep, I remember that.
And how do you bounce back from that? I mean, of course, for a while, it's the worst thing that's ever happened.
Yes.
But then in perspective, again, like you said, it's bowling.
Yep.
And what you use that as motivation the next time around. And
well, and I think the really telling thing is when you have a really devastating thing happen to you and you feel like it's your opportunity and your time to shine and it doesn't work out, is how you mentally and how quickly you can bounce back from that. When it's so devastating like that, it can make or break you. It really can. And so for her to say, no, I'm better than that, and this happened to me and it was really terrible, but I'm better than that, and I'm going to keep fighting.
Well, let's put it in perspective so that you can offer your personal perspective.
Okay.
And I'll use 2 words.
Okay.
Denmark.
Yeah.
Malaysia.
Mexico.
Mexico against Malaysia.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, when we were, first year I was ever on Team USA, I was selected to be one of the 6 to go bowl the World Championships. Now, it was in Denmark. It was in 2005. Terrified out of my mind. And I think the singles, the doubles, the trios was a blur to me. But team event is still so vivid in my mind. Now, back then, any international stuff with World Championships, you just bowl 6 games, and your total pinfall determined who won. They have since changed that, but let's stay with that. So 5 people, 6 games. It's really not a lot. And we lost a world championship by 12 pins. 12 pins over 6 games times 5 people. You can pick that up in fill balls. You know, I mean, it's there. And we just relived that over and over and over. So 2 years later, fast forward, we're in Mexico. Same format, 6-game sprint, and it really is a sprint. And we bowled horrible the first day. Horrible. I think we were in like 10th place after the first day. So we don't even think we're going to medal. And we come in the next day after not a very good night, lots of tears and lots of frustration, and we came in the next night, the next day, and we decided we're better than this and we're going to fight for this. And even though we still finished second, we finished second by 7 pins. So even though it was heartbreaking, knowing how we got there, we won silver that year. So we were still learning. Yes, we lost by 7 pins, but we fought back in order to even put ourselves in contention for that. And so I think that was saying a lot. So then 2009 World Championships were in Vegas, and I didn't bowl, but I didn't bowl on that team, but I was there working the tournament, and that's when they changed the format. So you bowl 6 games, and they cut to the top 4 teams. First, or high qualifier bowls 4th place, second bowls 3rd, the people that lose those matches get bronze medals. The people that win are bowl another match for the title. And we finished second again, and we absolutely got clobbered by Korea. I think we led, but we got clobbered. And so here we are now working on like 24 years going into 2011 in Hong Kong without winning on the women's side. And the guys, I think, had just finished their 3rd World Championship win in a row. And so we had a lot to live up to, and we're definitely feeling the pressure. And so we went in and we finally won. And but it's, again, because the losing was painful, but we were able to take it and learn from it and fight for what we wanted. And we were able to finally turn that in for a win for our country. And all of those players that had been on that team the last 24 years who didn't have an opportunity, that gold medal was for all of them. You know, once you're on Team USA, it's a family. I don't care if you were on the team 30 years ago or if you were on the team last year. We're all one. And so it was a big weight lifted off our shoulders, and ended up being an incredible year.
Well, do you get goosebumps talking about that? 'Cause
Yeah.
I kind of got some hearing it, to be honest.
Yeah, it's amazing.
But I mean, again, that's what this is about. You couldn't tell me probably anything about the actual scores of those gold medals.
No idea.
But the feelings of winning them and talking about them will probably never go away, obviously.
No, never.
You know,
It feels like it just happened.
and we talked earlier, I was reading a story about this event on the Prairie View's website, and even though, you know, last year they didn't win, on the way, they had a win against a big school.
Yeah.
And that meant a lot to them. So
Yes.
it's smaller goals. You know, they beat Eastern Shore for the first time, or they beat Vanderbilt. And, you know, those are schools that they may look up to as they progress and grow.
Yeah.
And then little victories along the way. I think if you look shorter term, smaller goals, it motivates you. You achieve those, you set another, and you go.
I agree.
And of course, there's big picture ones.
Yeah, I mean, every single school here, you can't tell me, has that dream and that big picture goal of winning a national title. Who wouldn't? You know, why would you be doing this if that's not what you ultimately wanted to do? But the teams that I believe become successful are the ones that are able to step back, set the smaller goals along the way, and work to achieve and attain those smaller hurdles and steps and goals, and just know that they're working towards the ultimate goal. I do it myself in every part of my life, you know, professionally, in my runs and my workouts, in my practices, in tournaments. You know, those goals are there, and I really feel like the people that will be successful are the ones that set realistic goals and are realistic about how to get there. So these colleges, I'm sure every single one of them, again, I think it'd be interesting to sit down with them as a whole and talk to each team to find out, you know, what is your long-term goal? How long do you think it would take you to get there? What are the steps you're taking in the meantime to get there? I just really think it'd be fascinating.
Well, it's no different than going into a practice session. What do you want to achieve today? What are you going to work on today? And all of those little pieces eventually help you to the big picture.
I agree.
And right now, the big picture is this match, this win. This is one victory.
But this one victory could definitely make a difference of whether they're going to be in that top 8 at the end of the year or not.
Every win or loss certainly could along the way. So many pieces and factors in, but yes, I mean, of course, you want to win every time you go out. And right now, we're getting close. We're in the 8th frame on lanes 9 and 10 here at the ITRC. And Central Missouri with a growing lead over Prairie View A&M. It's still a long way to go. We saw it happen earlier with a couple of huge late game comebacks. And to our right, it is Jackson State and Stephen F. Austin. So tough break there on the 10 pin. Stephen F. Austin in control, but not by much. It's very close. So it should be.
Yeah, that's a fun match. I
Yeah.
like them when they're close. The
Certainly.
blowouts kind of get boring. But the close ones are fun. Unless I'm actually the one bowling, then I like the blowout.
Certainly. And we've got a few possibilities brewing. Of course, we know our well out in front leader, Arkansas State, is still bowling well. We can see them from here, sorta.
Yeah.
And it's going to take an awful lot for them not to be the leaders, but 2, 3, and 4, 40 pins separate. And 5th place at Maryland Eastern Shore, not far behind. Aaron said they're bowling well, but they're keeping pace with Sam Houston, who's ahead of them.
Now, one of the girls on Sam Houston I just saw that, and it's just got a horrible break. She just 8-10'd in the 10th on a double. That is a terrible break.
Well, sometimes, as you know, depending on the angles that you're playing, and if you're playing the tighter angles,
Yeah.
the ball's not going to drive quite as hard.
Yeah.
And part of bowling on the 44-foot pattern, you're moving left. But certainly, if you hit the pocket and throw a good shot on a challenging condition, you want to be rewarded.
And I don't know how close UMES is to catching Sam Houston, but, you know, I mean, a double going into the 10th, and instead of, you know, striking out, opening, that's a big difference.
Well, there's a pretty significant gap between 5th and 4th at this point.
Is there?
But, I mean, with so many pins out there in a team game, certainly it's possible.
Sure.
And with those 4 being so close together, at least 2 through 4.
We could probably see some movement from 2 to 4, but Maryland Eastern Shores, they're going to have a couple big games, I think, to take over one of these other teams.
Well, always fun to calculate and speculate.
Yeah.
But from a distance, not so easy.
Yeah.
Sam Houston is fired up.
Yeah.
Coming back after that 8-10. Niska Cardona doubles up. So they are, looks like 224, 174. She's got a possible 206. And then potential 213 and 193.
So that's a
they're
good
going
game.
to be right around even,
Yep.
which is a really good number on this condition.
Yeah, that's going to be good. That should keep them right where they are, if not move up a little. Because you said it's a little close.
Yeah, only 40 pins. I mean, they're 40 pins out of 2nd place at this point. They came into the day as the leaders. But especially if you're close, this is where it gets really exciting, because you're looking now at 2 different things. You've got your match, and you've got the possibility of getting into the top 4.
Yeah.
And the pace, of course, much slower and different than the Baker format. You know, and the excitement maybe, just the waiting, and it's a little bit different, but it all means the same. Even Arkansas State, they're
Still bowling well.
Well, they're bowling Sam Houston right now,
Yeah.
so it's almost
But
a rivalry at this point.
It looks like Sam Houston is leading right now, beating them by just a couple. Is that 915-ish to 900?
I mean, they are
Finishing up with a 3rd bowler, so that's a close match.
well, their 3rd bowler for Arkansas State right now,
Going 230.
237 with the 8-bagger.
Yeah.
So certainly closing that gap. And,
Yep.
you know, this is, I'm sure, a personal rivalry between the 2 teams.
Probably.
You're looking at, you know, the 1st-ranked team in the country. So the strength of schedule, as they call it,
Yeah.
you know, that all comes into play. But
With an upcoming team that obviously has worked hard to have others feel their presence. I mean, Sam Houston is doing some good things.
anytime you beat the #1 team at anything, that's pretty fantastic
yeah.
for your program. And, you know, Arkansas State also relatively up and coming.
Yeah, there's still Justin Kosick, the coach there. I grew up bowling with him. He's from the Northwest, and he has certainly done a great job bringing in, you know, kids that he's been able to help develop and become a powerhouse. pretty awesome.
So even though here Arkansas State's going to lead the tournament, you know, the number 2 seed still on the line, and a huge win for the program, certainly. So Aaron Smith doing some calculations. That's what we do often at the Open and Women's Championships. He says that Sam Houston can max out at 10-10 by his calculations. We'll do that here in a minute.
All right.
And Maryland Eastern Shore can potentially go 10-65.
Wow.
So it looks like they're going to fall short.
Yeah.
Eastern Shore, at least of Sam Houston.
Right.
So depending on how Vanderbilt and Nebraska are bowling still. But we'll have some updates here as these matches wrap up. So you always like a little bit of drama in this business.
Keeps it interesting, right?
And that's how we roll sometimes at the tournaments. You know, somebody will run to the other side of the building and do the calculations and
I've
text
seen
it
it.
back. And, last year we had the benefit of wireless headset and a microphone, so we all could send Matt McNeil to the other side of the building to see what was going on. So a lot of times, great things are happening on both sides of the house, and it's such a big place. Here's your teammate, Shannon. Sarah's up, trying to finish it off for Arkansas State.
Just a good little bowler. That was great.
So by my distant calculations, Sam Houston with a 13-pin lead going into the final player.
Yeah.
And Aaron says Nebraska still has 1,000 out there. So very interesting. A battle for the 2 spot at this point.
Now this match right in front of us over here with Sam Houston, not Sam Houston, Stephen F. Austin and Jackson State, they're within pins of each other, like 6 pins. That's fun.
And that could be a huge motivator for Jackson State.
So Sam Houston just beat Arkansas with that strike. I'm assuming with their reaction, yeah? That's a big deal. So that's going to give Arkansas their 2nd loss.
So if my calculations are right, Sam Houston 986,
wow.
Arkansas State 975. And again, it came down
exciting.
to the anchor bowler striking out in the 10th frame to get it done.
That's awesome. Again, Matt, it's the little goals and it's the little victories that will help them gain more and more confidence. It's a big deal. Can help carry them through the rest of the season. You know, one little victory like that can make a huge difference in the outcome of the rest of the season.
Well, I'm going to guess that is not a little victory taking down the number 1 team. I mean, you know, in this environment, all the coaches are friends, the players are friends, but that's a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Certainly momentum heading into tomorrow as well. Sam Houston with just 1 loss on the weekend, 9-1. Arkansas State 90-26. And Sam Houston 86-67. So a pretty good
Yeah, it's a big lead.
distance there. And really, it's all erased now.
Yep.
Tomorrow, go back to Baker match play, and it will be best of 7.
Wow. So then how do they pair them up? First bowl's fourth. Yeah?
Correct.
So they
Yeah.
will bowl each other again tomorrow, depending on how the other teams finish.
Right.
Nebraska and
1 and 4
Vanderbilt.
will bowl each other, 2 and 3 will bowl each other,
All
and
right.
the winners will meet for the title. And we're waiting on some updates from the rest of the way, but we're finishing up here on 11 and 12. Jackson State and Stephen F. Austin. Final shot of that game. It was a nail biter all the way to the end.
Yeah.
And it's Jackson State comes away with a slim victory, 930 to 923.
Right.
Jackson State 4-5 on the weekend and in 11th place out of 12 teams, so that's got to be a big motivational win
Absolutely.
for them.
Kind of helps sets the tone maybe and gives them some momentum going into tomorrow.
Stephen F. Austin, a solid Texas team, and again, an up-and-coming program. So a big win there for Jackson State. Got to feel pretty good. They're going to be in the third bracket tomorrow. So bowling for, at best, 9th place. But again, a nice way to end the day.
For sure.
And then our other match, Central Missouri, with a sizable lead over Prairie View A&M, the tournament host. Now, essentially, Shannon, some of these players were already here when we arrived today. They've been in this building with their bowling shoes on for 8 hours.
It's brutal.
And standing the entire time, because you notice there are a few chairs in each bowling area.
Oh, you
but
mean the ball racks?
Yeah, they're covered with spare balls and extra balls and
Yeah.
shoe covers.
Yeah,
and
nobody sits.
nobody's sitting.
No.
Absolutely not. I tried to get a picture yesterday of just how many bowling balls there were for the Baker games, and they were everywhere.
Yeah, it's
Everybody's got,
amazing.
2 or 3 and a spare ball, and yeah, chairs. There's no chairs in college bowling. That's just an extra ball rack.
It just takes up space. Yeah, that's definitely something that's a little unique. When we're bowling Team USA events, we do the same thing. We stand the whole time. But when I'm bowling Queens or the US Open, I throw a shot and I sit down. I'm too old to stand that long.
See,
But when you're with a team, there's a different, there's different adrenaline that is flowing through your system. And it just carries you through the day. I'm sure once they get back to the hotel and get cleaned up and
oh, that's it.
take a breather, they're done.
Game over. But more than likely, the way that it was, you start getting close to the end of the day. Halfway through the last game, you're talking about where you're going for dinner.
Right.
Trying to stay focused on bowling, but realizing that you haven't had actual food in 8 hours.
That's just brutal.
I mean, there's so much yelling and cheering, and you see tons of Gatorade bottles and water bottles and little snacks along the way, and just to keep and you guys know that. I'm
Yeah.
sure Nick is, with Team USA, he's always got a backpack full of something to
Yeah.
keep you guys going.
Yeah, we're all a little unique. I'm one of those unique players that has a really hard time eating something even before I compete. And so I've had to learn over the years that I need to drink my calories, so I can find one of those like morning shakes or something like that is much easier and sits better in my tummy than something sexually solid. Where some of the other players, Kelly, she enjoys a good hearty breakfast. She understands the importance of it and that the energy is going to help carry her through the rest of the day, and she always carries snacks. And I'm one of those players that struggles with that a little bit. So again, I try to drink my calories. Every player's a little bit different. So that's probably a really unique thing too, is learning what works for what players and what what doesn't. You know, I know you said, was it Sam Houston that requires all their players to eat breakfast? And yeah, that wouldn't work very well for me.
Well, just
So,
something, like
something.
you said, whether it's a shake or it's a, a 10-egg omelet, whatever works for you, but something to get you energized for the day.
Right.
Because you might not be hungry at that moment,
No.
but you might be nervous, but you have to have something in there to fuel you.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times we get really close to the end of the day and I'm ready to crash, and I will have to find something quick. And I'm not going to say I can't eat solid foods. There's times I'll bring a banana and I might take half of it and then eat the half of it later. I've found these protein bars. I don't like chocolate. Everything seems to have chocolate in it, but I found this I think a peanut buttery protein bar that has been helpful, and even just a bite or two of that between games over the course of a day is something.
Well, and we see it. We see it all. Here it's provided granola bars and special K bars, a lot of bananas and potassium and everything to get you going. And we've covered some of these events where it looks like somebody robbed Sam's Club, but like some parents on the team, they're responsible, and they bring these just huge boxes of grapes and oranges.
Yeah.
And, just like when you're 6 years old playing soccer, you have your oranges at halftime.
Juice box on your tongue.
And really that's what it is. It
Yeah.
just it looks like somebody went and just said, just give me everything, and then it looks like a grocery store.
Yeah.
And it's not all garbage. It's good for you stuff, and it
If you
keeps
need a
going.
quick pick-me-up, a little candy bar is helpful, but you'll crash off of that a lot quicker than you will something healthy. Yeah, 8 hours. Yikes.
8 hours of anything is grueling.
Yeah.
Like sitting, standing, but this especially, and they are.
Well, I mean, think about it this way. Like the screaming and yelling you're talking about. I mean, they scream and yell the whole time. You know how exhausting it is when you have a little bit of a cold and you're coughing? Just that little cough makes me exhausted, let alone standing here screaming and yelling for 8 hours. Makes me tired. I need a nap, Matt.
Got some scores coming in from Aaron Smith. Gonna do some quick calculations. All right, so unofficially, Nebraska shoots 961, but stays ahead of Sam Houston State for sure. 86-81, 86-67. Eastern Shore, sorry, 85-30. They shot 994, so they made a move, picked up some pins, but they were far enough behind.
Yeah.
And Vanderbilt can max at 904.
Wow, not having a very good game.
Not a good game.
Well,
so
and that's not enough room for UMES to pass them.
let's do it. Just if they shoot their max, they were third coming into this game.
Thank you. Oh, you don't want it? Okay, I'll take it out.
So it looks like no matter what, Vandy's going to go into fourth place. So unofficially, Arkansas State, Nebraska stays in second. Sam Houston will move ahead of Vanderbilt and be third. And Vandy will be fourth.
Now that Vandy scores if they strike, like that's what they can do. That's like their max.
Right, that's their max.
So if they could potentially shoot less than that.
Correct. But it would have to be
60 less.
A lot less than that.
Yeah, but they'd have to go open,
so
which I don't ever want to see anybody do.
Well, I've seen it all, and in 2006, just for what it's worth at this point, as we watch the last couple shots here, Prairie View and Central Missouri. Central Missouri is going to win handily.
Yes.
Michael Nape has been the lifetime average leader at the Open Championships for on and off for a few years. At the time, did not have an eagle. Great bowler. Opened in the 9th and 10th of his final game and just missed the all events title.
Oh my gosh.
And if you haven't won before, it's even more devastating, but Mr. Nape is not a small man by any means. And bowling, he's very passionate, and I feared there was limbs flying and things, but you know, my job is to talk to people when, you know, so he just did this, and you know, I'm afraid, and so I talked for a minute, and he said, you know, he just needed a few minutes.
Yeah.
And addressed his feelings at that time, and calmly came and talked to me, and understands that's how bowling works sometimes.
Yep.
And you don't like to see it, you certainly don't like to do it, but again, agonizing at the time, you build from it. 2 years later, eagle winner, done.
It's awesome. Yeah, to bounce back from something that's a devastating blow, you know, because you wonder. I mean, I've certainly wondered, you know, if I've been knocking on the door of a major title, but still don't have one. And I can't tell you how many times I've thought about, wow, was that my last chance? Was that my last opportunity? I don't want it to be, but stars kind of have to be aligned in order for you to get there. And so for him to fight back from a devastating thing like that is pretty awesome.
Well, the best thing you can do is keep working hard and putting yourself in that position, of
Right.
course, because you can't win if you don't get there.
That's right.
And if you quit at the point of the devastation, then you'll never be a winner.
I agree. It's what really truly builds character, is not how you react when everything's perfect and you're winning. It's how you react when things are at their worst.
Okay, so unofficially, from the calculators of Aaron Smith, looks like it's going to be Arkansas State, Nebraska, Sam Houston, and Vandy as your top four. Eastern Shore just missing the top four. Again, unofficially, we'll have those scores updated shortly. Brian O'Keefe will get them to us as quickly as possible. We'll get them on bull.com. We'll have a short recap. And if you missed any of today's broadcast, you can go back and listen to it. Go to youtube.com/bulltv. You're there right now. You can catch the whole 8 hours. It was a good time.
If you're bored tonight,
you want to get caught up and get ready for tomorrow's match play. There you go. You can watch yesterday's as well. We'll be back with you in the morning. Let me see for sure what time we're starting.
Do you know what matches will be right here? The top four?
The lane assignments are actually on the bracket.
Oh, let's take
Tell
a
us
peek.
who we're going to see, or at least
So,
what teams. But we're going to see a little bit of everybody.
Yeah, you will see a little bit of everybody.
And the schedule for tomorrow is practice starts at 8 a.m. and they'll practice for 20 minutes, and then they get 10 minutes on their starting pair. So 30 minutes of practice before the day even starts.
Okay, so how does that work? Is there designated lanes for that 20-minute practice session, or do they practice anywhere?
That's typically our setting up time, but they practice everywhere. Then they
So
come.
they could, if they wanted to camp out where they're gonna bowl?
Well, again, checking the rules.
I know I'm asking you questions. I don't know.
And how things work, and not paying much attention to when that actually happens. Hard to say what their options are for sure.
Yeah.
But then they'll get 10 minutes on their starting pair exclusively. Then we'll have a fun for us.
Yeah.
But not fun for them tomorrow.
These games are a lot more exciting, quicker pace.
Best of 7. The first round is going to be the one team they haven't faced so far this weekend. So they bowled, five 4-game Baker matches yesterday and 5 team games today. So they faced 10 teams.
Gotcha.
So they'll get the 11th team tomorrow in kind of a warm-up of the best of 7.
Ah, so that game is just for win-loss record.
Correct.
It doesn't play into the actual finish.
Correct. They're being seeded after today's finish.
Well, that's fun.
And then, so it'll be a chance to get comfortable, get loosened up, but it'll be important for your
matters.
Your record. It still matters. Actually, the matchups that we'll see tomorrow for that will be Jackson State, Arkansas State, and then Prairie View A&M against Valpo. So
all right.
important for their season records, but has no bearing on the bracket. Then we get into the bracket after that is over.
Right.
And we'll see a variety of the teams with the finals. The championship match will be on lanes 9 and 10 right in front of us.
Yep.
And then
3rd and 4th too.
And then we'll get the 3rd and 4th right next door. So we'll see your top 4 teams at the end of the day. And then our first match will get a little bit of a variety, give some
From the other
some
bracket.
airtime.
Yeah.
So, it's been a long 2 days for them for sure. And we'll have those tallies. And this time tomorrow, we'll be celebrating with the winning team and getting ready for the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl. I'm so excited for the Super Bowl. Who are you rooting for?
I don't know.
Come on.
Peyton Manning's a good guy. you gotta like Peyton.
Yeah. I'm not necessarily rooting for the Broncos. I'm rooting for Peyton.
There you go. I agree with that.
Yeah.
So.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for having me, Matt. This has been a lot of fun.
Thank you so much for stopping by.
My pleasure.
I'm sure you came in to watch some bowling, and,
that's
we
all right.
put you to work.
I got to watch them. It's all good. Hey, and we came up with kind of a cool little concept of maybe something to come in the future in regards to the women's championship. And
raise some money for a good cause.
Yeah.
Maybe
raise something really.
Or something.
Could be great.
A lot of cool things happening this year. There's a contest or an opportunity out there for a team through Bowl for the Cure in February to win a chance at the women's championships.
If you've had an experience with a family member, a friend, yourself who have been affected by breast cancer, log on to bowl.com, and there's a place where you can share your story, and your story will go into a pool with everybody else. They're taking those applications right now, and from there they'll take the top 5, and then there'll be some celebrity judges that will read through all of those and pick the top 4. Is it 4?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they will fly those 4 winners, those 4 women, down here to the ITRC, and they will get an exclusive practice with the Team USA coaches, and get to go through the Hall of Fame, and then I believe they get to go to Susan G. Komen headquarters for a tour there, which is pretty awesome. They will get a Diva Pearl bowling ball, which is great. And then they will actually be flown out to Reno to compete as a team at the Women's Championships, and I just think that's pretty awesome. I know people who've been affected by breast cancer. At this point in our lives, I think everybody probably has an experience, and so to bring some recognition to that and be able to do something nice for people is pretty awesome. So, be cool to be able to expand on that.
Fantastic. We try to do good things.
Yeah.
And make good experiences for folks, and that's why we're here. So, Shannon O'Keefe, Team USA member, thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
And this is Matt Canizaro for Aaron Smith, the 3rd member of our broadcast team today. We're live here all day at the 2014 Prairie View A&M Invitational at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. We'll be back on the air for competition tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central. Exciting Baker best of 7 matches. And if you want to go back and watch any of the broadcasts, go to youtube.com/BowlTV, of course. We'll have a recap on bowl.com shortly. Thank you all for joining us. We appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. That is the news for now. We will see you on the lanes.
Good night.